Good morning to any crazy people who are up at 1:55. Getting the latest. Apparently, I'm behind on a few things. We have some nightly processes that go through and generate data and do stuff. I'm guessing it's just some of that. I lost most of the day yesterday trying to move to Unity 2018.4.9 because I have to do a test. Hold on. To see if that's a build we can do a move forward to and then still move back if we want to. We've had this problem many times that Unity makes changes that are not backward compatible. They use YAML data files. I'm not sure. I mean, they could be putting both of them in there and versioning stuff in the data file. I'm not sure why they feel they have to convert it and make it not backward compatible, but frequently they do. And we tried to move to 2018.6 at some point, and or 0.4.6, and they introduced a bug in there that was causing problems with cloth, and we had to roll back. Is it Nubby? Oh, it's not Nubby. It's Snugsy one. Good morning. And again, I will be less talkative this morning and more workative. Not a word. Thank you very much, Snugsy one. But anyways, I was able to complete the test yesterday to go forward to 2018.9 and then get back to 2018.4. So there's no risk of us moving forward. We should be able to move forward and still move back. They also fixed the bug that was keeping us from moving forward before, which was the cloth bug that basically, like, any cloth in the game would disappear. You'd think that'd be something that they might catch. Thank you very much. And sometimes you'll just see Unity be still like this and you won't know what's going on, but that is... Oh, and actually let me do something, transform, stretch to screen, there we go. So you guys can see more of what's going on. And what you really should be looking for is right down here in this corner. When that thing's up and that thing's like stuck like that, that means it's in the middle of compiling. QA. So the test was complete. I don't know why we didn't publish yesterday other than I forgot to click a button, the final button. I'll wait for as soon as Lord Subtleton gets up today. I'll have him do one final check just to make sure there's no data integrations needed. And then we can open up the server. Again, you guys can't see anything, but if you see that little ball in the bottom right hand corner. Yeah, I did the final test yesterday and everything seemed fine on QA. Yeah, this little ball right down there. Let's see. So I haven't done one of these morning streams in a while, so I've got a lot on my plate for this morning. I'm going to be redoing something that I'd started before just because I really wasn't happy with it. But let's see. So this morning I was trying to test a few last things that I added. And I just tested one of them. It didn't seem to work, and I don't know why. I'll have to look into why. Actually, I'm not going to look into why. If it doesn't work, I'm just going to move on because it's not something important anyways. I was making a few new versions of the Nightmare. So the Nightmare has at least one thing that is somewhat new. There we go, there's the big one. Oh, I gotta move his talking point up. Son of a... Alright, well, anyways. I'm sure you'll do better than me. So those guys have... you saw that effect. But they have the... they have a breathe fire thing that does a big cone of fire. It's actually a little more narrow than most cone stuff. But this is actually, because I haven't beat up archers enough, this is actually another one that will hit ranged and people more, so casters and archers, and be a little more tank friendly, although he'll still kick your ass as a tank. But the breathe fire thing does more damage depending on how far away you are. So the further you are away from it, the more damage it'll actually do. So again, for archers, the idea is that stay close, but not too close. Okay, so that's all I wanted to test in there. That seems good. The base one seems good. So now I'm going to move back over to, let's see, what was next on my list? Phoenix. I need to work on the Phoenix. There we go. All right, let's see. do, 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 do. And again, a lot of this will be boring compared to my usual stuff. Okay. So I need to find his Phoenix fire weapon. Okay, there. Alright, so let's see. So that actually looks pretty decent. This is his main attack. It's already doing more than melee damage. It's pretty good. So I think, let me go back over and look at the Phoenix. Oops. Actually, due to how Unity changed prefabs, usually when I want to compare things now, I'll go this route. These are the stats, although these really aren't that telling, because most of these stuff comes from this. Let's see, so let's compare the Summon Demon to the Lich. I'm surprised more people aren't using Summoned Demons. I thought I got those to a pretty good point, and I haven't seen it used that much. Snugsy one, yes. Mojito is behind me sleeping. Yes, hold on. I can turn on his camera. There it is. Doesn't he look cute? He's under that blob. Right, Mojito? Well, he's sleeping. Let's not wake him up. And President of the Earth. This is something I used to do more often. I just haven't done lately. But today is a lockdown day, and I've got about 50 things to do, 50 big things to do. Because usually what I'm doing is secret stuff that I can't share with you guys. Today is something I can share with you guys, so I thought I'd go ahead and do it. You guys can see some of how I work. Alright, so the Lich. Let's see. So Phoenix. Alright, so first off, it looks like he is not immune to... How is this possible? The Phoenix is not immune to sun magic. He should be immune to fire and sun. I'll just give him a flat 400. Or 500 is actually what I usually do for. Whoops. for base immune types. The new Sun skill will not be on QA today. You may get to see me work on it some this morning, though. The main thing I need is VFX. Let's see, so that got him a little bit better there. So it's adventure level. Do an adventure level divided by 2. Divided by 4. Wow, that's not much. Alright, so let's see. So that looks fine. So my plan so he already has an AoE fire. Okay, so that's his death fire, not his attack fire. So when he dies, that's what he does. So when he dies, he does the fire AoE. His normal attack is this. So I think I'm switching that over to switch his normal attack over to be not blockable. Zodrot of the Nightly Zodrot fame, which you have no idea what I'm talking about. I do hope to get back to balance some. Right now I'm balancing an old one, which is the Phoenix, which sucks. Technically, I mean, it's a skill because it's summoned this Phoenix. But I do have a plan to get back and fix some of the old ones, especially some of the combos and those type things. And I refer to a Nightly Zodrot because we have alert report stuff that comes up when somebody exceeds target values for things. And it seems most mornings I get up and there's a Zodrot report saying Zodrot exceeded stuff during the night. So the Nightly Zodrot. I'll turn Mojito back on when it's a little light outside, which won't be for another 5 hours. Alright, so he will be... The Phoenix will be armor piercing, as in skips armor, which is the important things for most things, but then dodgeable, blockable, parryable. Whatever reason he wasn't dodgeable, blockable, parryable before. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Renaming will not help. Night, Snugs. Okay, now I can test. So the other thing I'm going to go do is increase the damage on his death effect. This is me working on the Phoenix, in case that wasn't clear. Okay, so you can kind of see what it's doing there. So I was trying to add a little more damage to things. A little more DPS. I'm actually going to increase that one extra stack. Alright, so now you can see it's doing a DPS, a dot effect from his fireball thing. Because we can't get enough number spam. Yes, Will-O-Wisp is next on my list. Glepo 1, night stream. Well, technically morning stream, because I'm up for the day. Open, I just saw something I need to fix. So my thought for the Phoenix is more that he's and obviously he's got range and he just hangs back with you. Oh, that's right, I threw a bunch of these guys out here to look at their stats. Ignore those guys. So again, he's more of a just sit back and blow stuff away and be an extra dot. Brazen Spirituality. This is sadly, we've adopted Maxine's schedule to some extent, so I'm in bed by 9 o'clock at night. I'm a not sleepy guy. As in, like, my whole life I've only slept 6-hour nights. Which I saw they actually have got studies now that there's some people who just need less sleep, and it's actually, they can actually find the gene for it. Yeah, so I'm not a big sleeper guy. So I got probably 5 hours of sleep. Plenty of sleep. Alright, so Phoenix. The only other thing I'm going to go change with him is his death effect. Because if Phoenix when he dies, he should be like, that's be some shit or serious stuff there, right? Alright, and actually this shouldn't be parryable. It should be blockable with a shield. That's usually the rule I have with projectile missile stuff. Is you can block it with a shield, but you can't parry it. You can dodge it. You can block it. Oh, you guys can't see the pop-up box I have here. You'll just have to trust me. I'm changing stuff on this damage type over here. So the effect is sun damage, ignore armor, dodgeable, blockable. Okay. Fire Chicken has received some love. Let me check that in. As soon as it stops locking up on me here. Look, I'll get some extra light. I don't think that makes me look better. So I put a white screen on my upper monitor. It is an LED monitor, maybe that's why it makes me look orange. Hashtag Trump humor. He was blaming LED lights for making him look orange. Alright, checking in the Phoenix stuff. He is still a wimpy chicken, but now when he dies, he will explode bigger. Alright, let's see. Wisp. Let me go check his innates. So I guess that's one thing, is he doesn't have these summon combat pet innate. That means he doesn't drain focus from you when you have him out. So he is 100% completely free, after you cast him. So that's one thing that's significant about him. That's supposed to make him a little more of a, just an aid pet. And so he's supposed to have a confuse and a mesmerize. So it's doing a mez. What is the tick length? Fabulous. So again, I didn't set these up. You can tell it's awesome when I start off by saying I didn't do it. But it is, if you look here, I think you guys can see that. Oh, maybe not. So yeah, if you look right in here, that's the tick length. So it's either 5 seconds if it is the moon is up, or 2.5 second mez if it is not. In other words, almost zero. So mez, I believe, does apply a crowd control debuff on. Oh yeah, I forgot to do a pricing. Let me get some pricing up here for you guys. If you guys are going to be up this late, I should be doing pricings. Hold on, I gotta get it up first. There we go, I'll open it now and then just announce what I'm going to give away. And yeah, for those who missed it, this is sadly kind of my normal work time is getting up. Because I've kind of fit my schedule around Maxine, so I want to be off work by the time she gets home at 3. And if you're going to get in a 13-hour day, you got to start at 2 a.m. I'm not kidding. Hold on, I'm logging into the game right now. Let's see, what's on sale? Zodrot, how are you not following? What? I will never understand how we figure out our prices for things. I kind of leave that to Travis and Star, but our quilted gust balls packs 300, and then our mannequins are like 20 bucks a piece or something like that. I've been arguing to like, why are these so high? We should make these lower. Alright, well, I'm going to do a combat. We'll do this one right here. You guys can't see it, of course. But we are doing a, here, let me, there we go. We'll do this mannequin here. I'll give that away in about 15 minutes if you guys remind me. All right. There we go. So, how to fix this wisp? So right now he does a mesmerize, so at best kinetic fed, I don't think so. If you break down a cloak, Dark Star cloak, will you get the hide health bonus? If you want to try and it fails, let me know. Then I'll send you one in game. So let's see. So it looks like the wisp alternates between Confuse and Mez. Confuse does nothing to creatures. Mesmerize doesn't last long enough to do anything to creatures. It doesn't have damage attack. So I think, so it could be useful in that it is, you know, it's got some use in, hey, thank you very much, Bimu. It's got some use in that it can be, you basically could pick a target and it can kind of keep it under control. But with the confusion mixed in and the mez only lasting 2.5 seconds, it's not even gonna hold it, be able to hold one mezed. Also, I believe it's going to be adding the crowd control debuff to it, which means it'll always be crowd control debuffed. So unless the mez lasts significantly longer, it's not going to do anything. Hey, thank you very much, Bimu and Runin Sota. And good morning to you guys. Since I'm sure some people just joined, since I just announced in the channel, I think 7 people joined in. I am doing a raffle. If you do exclamation mark raffle, make sure and do a follow. You got to do a follow before you can do a raffle. You don't have to subscribe or anything like that. But this morning I'm here trying to fix a few things. Understand why some pets suck. Like the Phoenix already got some love this morning. I'm currently giving love to the Will-O-Wisp. The Wisp. And yeah, he seems just totally useless. So he doesn't cost anything is the good news. So I think for starters, I'm going to move this up to be a 10-second base time. Because again, he doesn't cost anything, but you are choosing to give something up when you have him because you can't have some other pet. So he does technically have a cost, is you only get one pet out at a time, and if he's your pet, you don't get some other pet. So he does have a cost, even if he doesn't cost focus off your thing. He costs focus when you cast it, but doesn't have an ongoing focus cost. But his mez at 2.5 seconds was trash. So I'll make it that times 1 plus parent dot lunar mastery moon mastery. Dang it. Oh, mastery lunar. God dang it. Hold on. Did you win a nightmare yet? President of Earth. And you'll have to hold on for a second. I'm opening up another project. second. Yeah, why is that not working? Parent dot. Did I misspell it? These things are so hard to see. I usually copy it out and put it in a notepad. Sure looks fine to me. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 0. Well, that's frustrating. I wonder why I can't do parent on that. Alright, then I'm just going to leave that at 10 for now because I'm trying not to get stuck on too many things this morning. So that's working. I wonder if that hasn't been exposed. There's a bunch of different stuff we have to do to expose data so that other things can see it. Alright, well, like I said, I'm trying not to get stuck on anything. So for this morning, after understanding a little more on the WISP and what it does, then doing two things. So one, I'm going to do the mesmerize, but then I'm also going to do one other thing. Just let me start that guy. So I try to figure out how to make him useful. And again, he's not intended to be a combat pet. He's intended to be like assist pet, make you a little better. So, what goes along with moon magic is getting a little more crit, like your actual damage, fireflies, for example. So, in case you're wondering what I'm typing on here, this is most everything in the game works through formulas, like for stats and spells and everything that get used on client and server and stuff that generate. The formulas can be lots of different stuff, but there's, stats and different things that can go into them. but there are some quirks to it. This is 0 minus 25, so that's actually... when you do 0 minus, that's how you get a negative. You can't just do minus due to the quirks and how we parse things. We could fix that, but we parse that stuff on the fly in real time, so we prefer to make it go the optimized way. Let's see, so the time's fine, but the stat we're going to change is going to be different. So let's see, stacks. We'll give it 1 stack of that. Okay, so there, now he actually has another purpose. So now, in case you missed what I was doing there, yeah, I slept already. I usually go to bed around 9 o'clock because we put Maxine to bed. And then I'm up for a little while after that, but I try to get to bed early. But so in case you missed what I did there, here's the problems is identified with the Will-O-Wisp is 1, it sucks, it doesn't have much combat ability, like it can't do any damage. That's fine though. It doesn't take any focus, it doesn't pull from your drop your focus pool like most other pets do, so it's purely a choice type pet. You choose to have a different pet, or you choose to have this one, that's the cost, in addition to the casting cost. But what it was doing was it would alternate between a Confuse and a Mez. Each one would last like 2.5 seconds. So that's been bumped up, so it'll be either 5 or 10 seconds now for the Mez. If it does the Mez, in addition to doing the Mez, it will also add a something like a Firefly's effect, where it'll add another 25% to crit damage, so crits will be even bigger on it. So the idea being that you can, if it's going after the guy you're going after, occasionally it'll put a Mez on it, which is good and bad, because as soon as you hit it, it's going to break it, but it can keep it from getting an attack in. And also, it does, the cost for that, though, is that it will increase its, its crowd control resist, so it'll be tougher to stun or Mez by other stuff. So in addition to that, it also adds 25% more crit damage, so you can put it on your target, and hopefully it'll hold it. It'll slow it down a little bit and give it more crit damage, or you can put it on a different target and it can be a crowd control on it using its Mez. Again though, because it doesn't have any other costs, like it doesn't drain your max focus, it's not supposed to be too huge. Again, this is part of the whole, not all pets are supposed to be the same. They're supposed to be different in what they actually do. Good morning, Cypher One Black. I was just explaining how I was going about balancing the pets. Just did the Phoenix and the Wisp. I'm pretty sure I got that saved. Let me get the Wisp checked in. Alright, so he's in. Let me refresh here. So next up, let me go see if I had anything on my critical list. If not, I'm going to go back and work on Tartarus. I was going to redo the maze stuff I had. I was frustrated with how it turned out. Oh yeah, and I've got to do my morning check. Let me see if I've caught anything tonight. We have a camera in our backyard. For those who don't know, I live in Austin, just barely the back of our property backs up to the edge of Austin. Actually, one little corner of our property extends off the back of Austin, which is cool. And then we back up to a 75 or 100 acre city thing that's like protected space. But and then we've got a 2 acre lot with tons of trees that we've intentionally left natural, just because we wanted privacy and wanted to be out in the woods kind of, but still feel like we're in Austin. But I put up some cameras because I know we have tons of wildlife. We've been seeing our foxes. There's a little fox that lives in our yard. But anyways, I've been catching them lately on camera. So here I can show the last two. Hold on. All right, 1 second here. Video capture, display capture. I know you guys care. I think it's awesome. Maxine thinks it's awesome. She's so into these things, she's named them. Let's see. Oops. That's not the right space right there. So here's our foxy friends. This is Roxy, and we just found out that Roxy got a girlfriend. So Roxy the foxy has a girlfriend. And in case you're saying, why is a fox climbing a tree? Gray foxes are actually really good climbers. They're one of the only dog family members that climbs trees. Whoops. And then here's the one that was the real special. I've got 20 videos of the foxes. That was the first one we'd had where we could see 2 at once, though. Roxy has a girlfriend, which probably means there's going to be some little baby foxes showing up soon. So I'm so excited. Maxine's so excited too. Although she doesn't understand where babies comes from, but that's okay. But here's the real catch. Here's the one I just had. Check this out. Yeah. Look at that. Most people didn't know that such a thing exists. That is not a raccoon. That is what is called a ring-tailed cat. Yes, it absolutely looks like a cross between a raccoon. Oh, and this was the same night as I had another video where the foxes went up there, so I think he just went up and looked on the back deck and was like, hey guys, can I come on? But anyways, that is a ring-tailed cat. And they're actually pretty common in Texas, in this part of Texas, the hill country area. But they're incredibly shy, so you never see them. So it's rare to catch one. And I knew we had some because we had some get into our attic once, which we only found the droppings for them. But anyways, that's the wilderness adventure for today. And I'll get back to dev stuff. Yeah, Maxine's super excited. We're trying to catch. We see deer all the time and coyotes, unfortunately, but not in our yard. Those are actually, I have lights all over the yard. Like if I turn on my backyard, it's bright enough out there to read. Got LED lights everywhere. But yes, I do have a string of big lights wrapped around that tree. It stays up year round. Although, you know what I've seen? I've actually caught on camera one of the foxes chewing off the lights. I don't even know why he'd do that. These aren't small lights. These are pretty big, power cord lights, which were fortunately not on when he chewed them off, or else we'd have a fried squirrel. All right, let me refresh real quick. Okay, there we go. Now that's up to date. So I think next up, didn't look like we caught any critters last night on camera. Let me go double check to make sure I've marked off all my blockers for this release. Let's see. Dragon's Watch changed to non-PvP. Check. I'll go do that. You guys can't see what I'm doing here, which is probably fine. Looks like it's already been done. Let's see. Set up the nightmares. You guys can't see what I'm doing, unfortunately. You'll just have to trust that I'm doing important, valuable things. Alright, so I think I can get back to working on what I planned on doing, which is I'm going to do some crazy fast map development stuff. I built a maze for Tartarus. But I decided to completely redo how I was doing it, so. I sure thought I sent Vespers, or Sarah, the... I will not go to sleep, Vespers. I sure thought I sent Sarah the chains. I'll try and get those to him today. For those who don't know, today is what we call lockdown on the project, how we do our dev stuff, since I know a few people who are probably just wandering in here and wondering what I'm doing. Is we do 4 or 5 week release cycles, and the last week is always a lockdown week. That means we're supposed to stop new content development there we go. We're supposed to stop new content development when we hit that last week, and then only do bug fixes. We've kind of changed up things a bit, though. In that we're doing far more bug fixing right now and polishing type stuff. So that kind of probably changed it up a little bit, but anyways. So this is the new section that's been added to Tartarus. I was actually going to do some map development for this morning, just because building out maps can be interesting to you guys. So I did have a section which I've actually hidden from you guys that I just didn't want to have around, that I'm probably going to leave off just because I didn't like how it's turning out. But the thing I was going to do instead, and again, I've started 2 and not liked them, is I was going to do a totally different thing and see if I can get that working, which, 1 second. So let me kill that. And let's see, I've got to have some way to transition into it. Let me find... How to transition into it, that's a tough one. And by transition, I mean I have to go from this style to a different style. I don't think I'm going to do this. I think I'm going to use some Travis tricks in terms of using UV free shader and doing something, because what I'd originally planned was to have, I just had like built out a big maze, kind of like what I did down here with these guys. For those who haven't seen Tartarus from flying around, that's the underground sewer section for Tartarus. But I think I've decided I'm going to do something very different, which I guess I can go ahead and start down here. Which is... Alright, I think I know what I'm going to do. And I was thinking about this. This is actually one of the things that woke me up, because I was sitting up in bed asleep after getting 5 hours of sleep, and I was like, you know what? I could do blah, blah, and blah. So I'm going to go ahead and call this new level. We're going to call this... And I was worried about how to transition between the different levels. That's one of those challenging things sometimes. So I think what we're going to do here, I think this is... let's see, I think we're going to have to do some cubes. So this section here is on 12 meter scale rather than 8 meter scale. Just because I hate some of these caves are so freaking tiny. And this already, again, that's all new section that'll be coming into Tartarus. So you're already getting some new stuff. That also has the first tier 6 ore nodes in the game, which I talked about on a previous stream. Oh, and while we're sitting here and everybody's already raffled up, and I see you guys raffling, let's do our first raffle. You guys should, I only see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 people in the raffle, and there's 40 in the stream. Exactly, it's been an hour of streaming. This is 3 o'clock, so I'll do another one at 4. Alright, yeah, all you have to do to get in the raffle is follow the stream. You don't have to subscribe or anything like that, but you do have to follow. I want your attention, not your money, but I'll take your money too. Again, we do these streams to promote the game and so people can kind of see behind the scenes, because that's part of the sales pitch for Shroud. Is it's not just a game like, you know, WoW or something that you go play, that you can actually see behind the scenes a lot more, and we're very open with how we make design decisions and talk to you guys about it, and quite frequently take your design ideas. So, alright. You guys can get in on the next one if you didn't get in on this one. Looks like I got about 20 now. And this one was for a female mannequin. Bam. Liberty Lover. Oh, you were the first one in? Alright, I'm just going to keep allowing entries. Who are you, Liberty Lover? I'll send it to you right now. Ja? I know, you guys want stuff. Hey, box received. I don't think we allow 2-letter names, do we? I guess we do. I didn't think we did. All right. Let's see, and for our next raffle, how about if we do... We'll do Green Marbles Dungeon Rooms Hallways Pack. Bam. So I reopened the raffle already, but if you already entered, you don't need to enter again. I didn't reset it. I'm just going to leave the prize as TBD and just give out stuff that way you guys don't have to spam up the channel unless you want to. Alright, and back to show you my master plan. Mwahaha. Here's what we're going to do. So right there, you see that? Here's my building block. Let's see. Oh, I'm going to do something weird here. I'm going to add the rise in additive. Not because I actually want the rise. All I want for Christmas is my 2 front teeth. All I want is that texture right there. And move all those guys so it's a little more clear. Alright, so now I've got that guy around to use. Alright, now I got that. And get rid of the rise. And that was just me adding in a map so I could pull a piece out of it and then removing it. Couldn't remember what a texture was called. And where was I going to add this in? Right over here. Bam. And now you're saying, what the heck are you doing? Alright, so let's see. Tarp, level 4. Building block. There it is. Think I can build a map out of that? Yeah, we're gonna go Minecraft style. That's not what we're gonna do, by the way. And for those who don't know, you can see how this is white right now. The thing I'm about to do is turn this into a prefab. I'd say the thing I'm about to do is turn this into a prefab. God, oh, I've got the filter on there. Turn it into a prefab, that way if I want to change the material on it, I'll change them all at one time. Alright, so now you're still saying, what the heck are you going to do with that? Well, I guess I need to do one more thing, which is add a plane. That is wrong. That is right. Start level 4 building plane. And this is me getting the parent object because we work on offsets, 8s or 12s, multiples of 8s or 12s. I've got to get the parent object to a multiple of 8 or 12 so I can easily snap things to it. So now you can see when I move that up and down now, it snaps at 7.5. Although it looks like this part, that may not have proper offsets. But that's okay. I'm just going to use the teleporter from here to the other, so I just have to get this lined up with it. Alright, so here we go. You ready to do some building? Do. Once I figure out what my actual base is going to be, then I can tighten this down a little bit. I'll tighten up the graphics on level 4. Let's see. Oops, fingers are off. Oh, and don't you worry, this is going to come together in a matter of minutes. You can say, I was there. I was there when Atos made that map. And I know why there's so many bugs in it. Because he did it at 2 o'clock in the morning. There's my transition from one to the other. Alright, I'm going to do something weird here. I'm going to move those guys out so they're no longer children. And then I'm going to move the entire level up. Whoops. That is not what I want. That. There and that. And there, so I can see what the heck I'm doing. Alright, so now we're set with that. Let's see. So here's my thinking. So what I did have before for this was I had a giant maze, kind of like that. That felt a little too much like the others. I'd taken some pieces and expanded them a little bit so that they're a little bigger. Because again, it's supposed to be very Minotaur-ish. Except, of course, our Minotaurs are satyrs. And there's going to be a few boss satyrs in there, which I'll be getting to later in the stream, hopefully. But that seemed like too much like what we already had. I wanted to make it feel different. So, I will show you what it's going to be instead. Instead, I am going to make this... Let's see. I believe that's already on a 10 meter scale, so if I go 20... That may be too big. But anyway, so here's the idea, is that it's going to be a big room. It's going to look like a pyramid on the inside. I'll pull that off in a few minutes. Just got to keep watching. Just keep watching. Just keep watching. Sorry, Finding Dory stuff. We were doing Just Keep Swimming yesterday. So now I do that with everything with Maxine. Last night was just keep brushing when she was brushing her teeth. But anyways, so this is going to come out. And now you can imagine... Bam! Nailed it. So now... this gives me a large playing field. I'll probably actually change the texture on the floor here. I'm going to put up a couple of lowish walls, and then I'm going to turn it into a pyramid on the inside. It'll have one big light up in the pyramid, one big dim light. But I was thinking of having either one tower or two towers. Probably just one tower in the middle. One tower in the middle. That is a black tower. And then all around it are maze walls. So when you're coming in from over here, all you're going to see is like the entry walls to the maze. In the middle, there's going to be the black tower. And then there'll be a dim pyramid top to it. And then there'll basically be like 4 meter tall walls all through here that make up a giant maze around it. So let me get a dark tower on there. Well, so if I use that, does that actually have room here to fight? So I think this is going to have to be the, once again, I take this, and then each level is going to have a few bossy type things on it, and the top will actually be the entrance. So the boss fort will actually be down here on level 1. This is really cramped, so I'm going to be scaling this out a little bit. Yeah, I have no problems if people want to skip boss fights. The boss fights should be rewarding on their own, so if they're not, that's on us. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and do some deletes. Don't need deco crap. And actually I'm gonna have to do the break the prefab. So I can do decos, don't need that. I'm actually just going to delete the doors except for the secret door. Don't need a rain collision. Actually not a fan of the windows. Well, they do let you see out some. I was going to say I hate that they have windows, but then that keeps stuff in, so that's good. We'll leave that there. Alright, looks like we've got smooth collision for stuff. The question is, do I want to... I think I'm going to go ahead and drop this into the ground. I'm not going to be able to get rid of these guys without redoing stuff, so I think I'll just leave that there. And this needs to be... We're going to fight a boss in here. Just screwed up there. Okay, and so this will be... Okay, so next up, got that. I'll probably change the ground texture to be something a little different. I think this texture makes a great wall texture. It's not horrible for ground. And again, I prefabbed all these so I can just go replace the material at any point if I want to. So next up is... Let me put these guys back in there. Let me take this guy. Put that guy in there. Alright, so again, sadly this is going to have to be even bigger. We're going to use that. that's the number I'm changing. Alright, I think I got that. That's now correct. If I can actually go high enough so I can cover up those things. Is I moving the wrong thing there? Yes. Alright, I'm not going to worry about that then. I'll just leave that with the entrance. Oh, you know what? I can cover those up and make that a passage in. That'll be the start of the maze. Got it. Know what I'm doing. Alright. So we put some quick walls on there and you guys can see how that's going to work. So I pushed it off just a little bit so it kind of frames the door. Let's see, so my plan is have like a 45-degree angle roof. Just trying to imagine this. All right. It's probably good. All right, that's good. These don't even need to be cubes actually, but I started with them, so I'll go ahead and finish with them. All right. And I will be walking around in this in about 2 minutes if you guys want to wait. Yes, Death Shield will be getting some reverse love. I won't use the N-word. Not that N-word. The N-word you guys fear, the nerf. Nerf. Snake Tower from Conan, yeah. Alright, so we got that part done. So, now you're wondering how this becomes a pyramid. Oh, I know. It's confusing. Uh-oh, do I need to move everything down? Collision imminent. Let's see. Yeah, that looks like that's going to collide. That's the good news. This is part of why you do level designing like this, where I built out this whole section. If you guys saw, the first thing I did was start at level 4. So what I can do now is go bump, 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 bump. That far enough over? Only one extra bump for safety. What? Oh, that's a big to small piece. That's weird. Okay, so we got a big small piece up there, but we need big pieces here. I can do that. And you can see there were gaps in the hallway before, and it's because we have some, like we have wide hallways and we have narrow hallways. The piece that was there was actually a wide to a narrow, so it putting those end to end makes it so they didn't fit. just getting that to be perfectly smooth. Oh. All right. So again, for this, I think I'm going to be using a different material. I'll probably be using that one. Consider using that for those walls too. All right, but anyways, let's get this guy going. Get back to our pyramid building. It's a pyramid scheme. Let me click that plane. There we go. Is it a pyramid yet? How about now? Is it a pyramid yet? How about now? Wait a minute. Let's see. I missed the backdoor lovin' comment. As in I didn't see it, not as in I missed it. Slide to your doom. That's a good idea too. All right. So if we have that, I already know one thing I may have to adjust in here. Let me add a light and we can go play through. It'll take multiple lights to light this whole space, but what I'm trying to get to now, good enough. Just something that will show this area here. See what that looks like. I want it to light up the tower, the top of the tower more. That's what it's doing. All right, you guys ready to try it? Probably 500. Marguerite, I'm not sure who you were talking to, but if you were asking me, I'm awake already. I've been going to bed at 9-ish and getting up around 2 to 4 o'clock in the morning, if not sooner. All right. Okay, so I gotta do a little work on the lighting stuff up there. But now the next thing to remember is when you come in here, you're not gonna see this. You're gonna walk in here and this is basically the bottom. This whole area is a big maze. So all you're gonna see is the top of the tower. But that gives you your guiding point. And the tower is not centered and neither is the light. We will fix those things. I'm thinking I might actually move the top of the pyramid, move it up by increasing the height of these walls. Although that lets you get a good view of the wall, I guess. Yeah, another 14 minutes and I'll do another raffle. Alright, now to build the maze. And let's see, so gotta check one thing real quick. Just making sure the performance was good. Yeah, I mean, that's really low batches, really low tries, really low everything, even with the light on in there. The editor always, oh, you guys can't even see what I'm, oh no, you can. I pulled up a profile to see what time was being spent, see if we were waiting on the GPU or anything. Just because this material here can be fairly expensive. But again, if you look at this, hey, guess what? This ground, that's 2 polygons. That all batches up. That batches up. So it should be really low draw call. Okay, so now I'm gonna go get some more coffee. I'll just leave myself standing staring at that for a minute. I'll go and get some coffee. And again, just have to imagine that there's a maze in between here and there. All right, so I'll be right back. Coffee's been retrieved. Bedtime? It's time to get up. It's almost 4. It's time to get to work. Oh, so the other thing I want to do is go look at this. Well, night night, President of the Earth. You will get to see this in the next QA build. Hope to have this live in the Friday QA build. So is this going to be enough space? For fights? Because I was thinking I might also pull this one out and instead put in the... Hold on, Doc. Put in the village version of this and just scale it up 2x. That may get better fight space. Get in your bed, please. Okay, well, you tell me when you're ready, Doc. The thing I like about this one, though, well, one, it's tall, but two, it is, what the crap? Did I just delete a collision space? Apparently I deleted some collision stuff that was needed. Okay, let me see. So this feels okay. These are going to be pretty cramped quarters for fights. I don't really like that. I'm going to get out and I'm going to try the... Oh, and before I cover them up, where's the mojito cam? There's Mojito being irritated with me. Alright, let me cover you up. Alright, so let's see. Obsidian Tower, Bill. If I do that one. It's got one floor, 2 floors, so if I do the village 1 to 2x, that's about the same size as the 1.5x. And that'll give bigger play spaces. I guess I could do... Again, just looking for a way to get bigger play spaces in here. I don't like what it does to that texture, but that's a pretty easy one to fix. So that would give me 1 play level. 2 levels. Oh no, that's not actually. Nah, I think I'm going to stick with what I have. What just happened there? Okay, so I think that's going to be not quite centered, but that's okay. It's very near. Set to read right. Okay, so I think that's probably going to be good. So now we'll save. It's not insomnia. Insomnia assumes I don't sleep. I sleep 5 to 6 quality hours a night. I don't know why the rest of you are up. Unless you're up for colonoscopy. Hold on. I'm waiting on stuff. Okay. Let me do this. And then I should be ready. Oh, freeze up. There we go. Okay. Reminder, that's without lights. With lights. So now we got to get back to actually building the maze. Come on, Unity. Come on. No excuses here. Oh, I know what its excuse is now. 4 o'clock in the morning is when our Perforce does its nightly snapshot. And Unity is trying to talk to Perforce, and it's going to sit and wait for it to time out. There we go. Now it timed out. By the way, I'm not the only crazy one in the house. The wife is also on the Maxine schedule, which means she has her alarm set for 4 a.m. and gets up. She needs an alarm to get up. Weak. Let's see. Let me do something here. Let me create. We'll call those walls. Right there he is, a little stealth block. So I think we'll go with a 12 meter by 12 meter. See if we go 5 meters high. Not going to be enough flexibility. Should I go with 8? So I think I'm going to also, just having that is just a little too boring. Let's see. Just trying some other options. like where that's going. Mm-hmm. Again, I'm just trying to make this feel like it's got a cap to it. Okay. Now we'll call that a building block for the maze. So that's 8. I think I can build a pretty good maze with that. Maybe I'll just go something wacky like 10. Okay, let me add one more container here for maze walls. Whoops. Yeah, see, I think that's got to be different than the ground. I think the problem is the ground needs to be somewhat different. That's no good. If you see a lot of these where you're like, why would anyone use a texture that blurry? Well, sometimes you're using it for distant stuff. It helps to have textures that are materials that are used for near stuff and materials that are used for far stuff, because it holds up very differently. And once again, that's without lighting. This is with lighting. This is what I'm trying to make look good. Okay, well I can update these really easily. I think I'm going to get building now. And actually for now I'm going to throw some dark material on the floor just so I can see what I'm doing better. Don't freak out. It's not what it's going to be like for real. Oops. If I'm doing a 10 long maze, that means I need to come edit my snap settings and set those to 10. So now I should be able to take this guy and go boop, and have a seamless wall. Now let me read some stuff. Hey, thank you very much, Asterian Dragon, and good morning. Black and red marble in the ancient Collins city home. Is this another part of its, yeah, it's tartar sauce. Tartarus. Despair's in game now, yes. Marguerite, I'm not gonna, I put a dark thing on the floor for now while I'm building. I'll swap it back out. This is just so I have some contrast between what I'm working on and the floor. Oh, the Bob Ross game design. That's very sweet. All right. Oh, and it's past time for me to do a drawing, so I hope you've all raffled. Right? Raffled? Right? Right? Oh, I was disconnected from game. Hold on. You can raffle up while I log into the game. This was, I was doing a green dungeon pack. Raffle, 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 raffle. All right, the winner of the green raffle pack is and Fizzle Sticks. You have to be a follower. Oh no, there you are. You are. I was gonna say you have to be a follower to do the raffle thing. Here we go. Kinetic Fed. K-Fed. Hey, thank you very much, Zara Eve. Thank you for the follow. Let me get K-Fed his green dungeon. That has now been sent. Oh yeah, let me show you what I'm looking at. So next prize up here, that's what we just did. I was going to Kinetic Fed. Let's see, what fun stuff. I gave away a mannequin already. How about if we do a jack-o'-lantern glowing mask vault edition? Since Halloween is just around the corner. Alright. And the raffle is open. I'm actually going to reset the stuff this time. Okay, now everybody can follow again. Reset, because I know we've lost some people, so it's weird. People are going to sleep and stuff. Good morning, Alfing. Alright, let me hide that stuff. Get back in here if you're just joining. This is not what this is going to look like. One, the ground will not be this material. That is what it's going to look like, but I'm building a wall around it right now. Alright, I got all my pieces together here, so I'm ready to start building a maze. Okay, so that's going to be enough of a courtyard around there. I think the entrance into this area will be on the back side. And actually I need to set my snap to 5. And I'm going to have to go edit this piece to give it a column at each end, so that it matches up. Let's see, snap settings, 5 and 5, there we go. That's good because the 5-meter snap distance means I can make 5-meter wide pass gaps if I want to. Alright, so that's going to be a pretty good front area. Whoops. How about if we have an exit on... We'll do each corner. Do that. Hey, and thank you, Zara Eve, for the follow. Thank you, Devastatio. Devastatio. And thank you, Flytrip, for the resub. Thank you. Now that I've got the 2 angle pieces, I pretty much don't need to be using that stuff at all. I don't need to rotate it all, I can just grab whichever piece I need. I'll start having some Changing directions here. I can't tell you. Let's see. Yeah, that's why I need a block corner. I need a piece. I guess the other thing I could do is just extend every one a half meter. Oops. There we go. Okay. Now we get nice clean corners. Ta-da! Give me 1 second here and I'll go try this out because I want to see if this maze size feels good. It's maybe too wide, but the thing is, again, there's going to be like satyrs and stuff in here. I'm already regretting the 10 meter choice too. Maybe I should have gone with 5 meters. I guess I can still do 5 meters. Let me see. Let me get this. So for those who weren't here for the early part, the idea is that this will be a, whoops. This will be a big maze that when you walk into the scene, you'll be able to see the tower in the middle. This area down here will all be maze, but you'll have to get through the maze to get to the center part. I'm actually going to consider looking at making the maze change depending on the time of day, so walls will appear and disappear. But yeah, you'll walk into this space, it'll be a huge space. And just so you can get a feel for that, or I can get a feel for that, let me do something else too. Alright. I was trying to get a feel for it. A couple of breakable walls. And actually what I was thinking was making it so the thing I change is not adding and removing walls, but adding and removing collision for walls. So sometimes the collision is there, sometimes it's not. So basically you start having some moving illusionary walls. Alright. A little bit dark. Where the heck? What happened to my light source up there? Oh, you know what? I moved everything, but I didn't move the light source that was with it. Okay, now we should be better. Okay, now we can go. And I'm already from looking at this, my guess is I'm going to get in there in 5 meter by 5 meter, like 5 meter wide hallways. It's going to feel a lot better. Definitely make it a lot mazier. Okay. Then turn on cheater mode. Yeah, and again, that's why I changed out the floor. This will not be the actual floor material. But the idea is you come in from in here, walk in. Why can I not see my tower? What happened to my stupid light again? Okay, now finally. Again, some of this is you want they walk out and then like, okay, they get it immediately, they walk out and it's cool and they get it. I almost kind of want it to be a little bit of a drop down so you can kind of see what's going on with the maze. I guess I could have a little platform here because kind of what I want them to be able to see is they walk out and they can immediately see like, oh crap, look what I'm in for. Alright, so the next thing I want to do is go see what the 5 meter by 5 meter hallway feels like. Or 10 meter by 10 meter. I think 10 meters is just too wide. I think it's going to have to be 5 meter. Yeah, you know what? This doesn't feel that bad. This feels like you could have a fight here is the thing I really want. Although it looks like every single one of my maze walls is floating a tiny bit. Oh no, it looks like it's just on the ground. Okay. Yeah, I don't think you could lay 5 of me down in here. Yeah. Yeah, our sense of everything in the game, like in terms of the meters, I've always questioned that it feels right. Because again, maybe that's 10 meters if you go from edge, center wall to center walls. Like maybe that's 5. My height times 5. But yeah, it always feels odd. And again, I think part of it's because all of our characters are 6'8" or feet tall. 6'8" tall, because they're all 2 meter tall plus. So everything feels a little smaller. Okay, well, let's see if I can make a decent maze with this. That feels... Yeah, parking spots 10 by 20, I think, is the normal 10 foot by 20 foot, so 3 meters wide by 6 meters long-ish. Okay, well, I can probably make a pretty good maze out of this. Fix that spotlight for real. Whoops. Okay, that should fix that. I don't want to make them run too far for this stuff. It's 1080. The other thing I want to do is leave some bigger pockets for fighting. I did the summon balance. I think I started around 150 this morning. I did some summons balances, the Phoenix and Wisp. The Phoenix gets a little more DPS. It's still going to be pretty fragile, but then the other part of the Phoenix is when it dies, it explodes. The death explosion now is like 2 times as powerful. The Phoenix attack also comes with a dot, plus it skips armor. Currently it was getting blocked by armor. So now it'll be blockable with a shield, but armor won't stop it. The Wisp change was basically the only thing it did was it doesn't take focus off like most of the other pets have the focus drain, like it removes focus from your pool while you have it up is the balance. The Wisp didn't have that, but all it did was it would mez for 2.5 seconds, alternate between confusing creatures, which does nothing, and mezzing them for 2.5 seconds. So basically guaranteeing that their crowd control buff is always maxed out, but never actually mez, because 2.5 seconds, what's that supposed to do? So anyways, that got bumped up to a longer mez. The other thing it does is it also applies an effect similar to Fireflies, so it gives you an extra 25% crit damage. So anyways, those will go live next time. Again, that's the Wisp is kind of an odd pet because it's kind of supposed to be a support pet more than an actual like combat pet. So just adding 25% crit damage to everything is probably something that, considering there's no real cost, as I was talking it over with players, the cost for it is actually that you can't have. You only get one pet out at a time and you choose to have it out, but it doesn't reduce your focus pool like some of the others do. All right, where to start? And again, if you guys have ever seen me do this, I've actually made a few of these mazes this way. I know it looks semi-chaotic here. These nooks that you see forming, like that type stuff, that's actually completely okay, because then I can go and do the drop in the random chest spawn, so there's always a chest or an ore node or something down there. The idea being that if you run through the maze one, you're going to have lots of random encounters, and that there will be a lot of satyrs on patrol. Satyrs on patrol, satyrs on patrol. I don't know why that sounded like a song, but anyway, so there'll be some random chests pop up places too, so you should be able to just run around if you want to. I mean, that's an adventure in itself, run around the maze, finding chests, killing satyrs, finding chests, killing satyrs. Maybe some ore nodes will actually pop up in some of those too. Oh, the other thing that I'm planning on doing for all these things, just to make it interesting as well, is, again, if you just got here late, ignore the floor, that's going to change. I just put that down so I had some contrast while I'm working on these maze pieces, or else they all blend in. And in case you're wondering what this actually is going to look like, oh, and those wall pieces are tall. Just tall enough so you can back your camera out over them and just see over the wall. So you can kind of make stuff out. The spaces are nice and big for fighting. Again, intentionally building in some nooks now. Hold on, I gotta check something. Just had a motion alert in the backyard. Trying to see who it is. Oh, there it is. It's a raccoon. It's actually live going on right now. Mr. Raccoon's waking up. I got a bowl of water out for him. Oh, look, there's 2 raccoons. We've seen as many as 3 raccoons at a time, but they come down, they clean up in the bowl in the mornings. They wash their little hands. See? Time to clean up. Good morning, raccoons. Washing our little hands. Yep. Time to go dig in the trash. Uh-oh, somebody scared him. Wonder if the fox is back out. Nope, they're back. Just the morning visitors. Why would I have cat food? I don't have a cat. I have a dog. I could leave dog food out for him. And I'm not a cat hater. I used to be a cat person. My one of the URLs I own is actually dogmeetscat.com because my wife was a dog person and I had a cat when we met. I do like cats. I just like dogs a little bit more. We will probably get a cat soon though too, because Maxine wants a cat. I know this looks simple from above, but trust me, when you get down in it, it's going to be insanely confusing. But that is also one of those important things. That's why I have the tower out in the middle. Is whenever, especially when you're doing a maze like this, it's important to have like visual references. And so that'll kind of be the thing. If you try to get someplace, that's the thing you're trying to get to. Gives you good visual reference to find your way. And again, nooks are okay. Ruins are okay, because that can be a better fighting space. That can be a place you can go for stuff. Atrion, I actually kind of like the sound of that. The idea of your buff or your stance. The thing I'm looking at is how long is it going to take people to get in there and out of there. And then the other thing I'm looking at are where I can put up walls that will basically, I can have one on at a time, or a couple on at a time, that'll still allow ways in, but will change the path. So just imagine if there's like 10 walls out there that come and go, blacking off a wall can be kind of a big deal. About a third done with it already. Oh yeah, we're just about to 5 o'clock, so I gotta do another giveaway here soon. Again, for those who haven't heard me talk about this, to me, this is kind of a relaxing, the whole map making stuff, relaxing type thing that's kind of refer to it as raking sand type, meditation type stuff. I think part of what I love about map making versus coding is, you still have the visual challenges and the various challenges with it, but you rarely run into these roadblocks where it's just like, hours of frustration trying to understand a simple problem. It's like you always get stuff done and your progress is very visual. Whoops. Alright, since I've got a bunch more done, let me go back in and test it before I realize I've screwed something up horribly. Waiting on it, waiting on it, waiting on it. Still waiting. There we go. Well, here, I'll fix that for you. Alright, let's see how we're feeling so far. And again, you just have to remember that at each one of these nook areas here, you know, there's a chance for a random chest or stuff. And then also wandering through this whole thing will be a bunch of satyrs. Another exit out. There's the edge of what I've built. I think right in there. Nope. And let's see, did I get these the right height? Yeah. The right height being the, can I see over the maze a little bit if you pull it up, because that you kind of want to tease them with it. Zodarat, I made the rise. Not that lost, just again trying to play this like a player. Yeah, so you'll be able to pull things up and look. Down here there'll be some fight stuff. Fight, fight, fight. Up the stairs. I think I'm going to change out these textures in here to give it a little more, a little different feel. Fight, fight, fight. Fight, fight, fight. Fight, fight. Ah! Alright, I gotta go fix that whole collision hole. Yeah, they should not be able to get up on top with the Ring of Cuddlekin. At this height, it should be safe from Ring of Cuddlekin, even if you do some PvP people standing on PvP people. And jumping. Yeah, Zodrate, in case you hadn't heard the story on that. So I'm not a level builder, I'm the tech director, but as we always say, everybody does everything on a small project. The Rise, I actually was frustrated with the level designers and their lack of creativity that they'd shown in some of the levels in making interesting combat stuff. The big call out being that our designers were making content focusing too much on pretty, but not even thinking, you know, combat in the spaces was a complete afterthought. They did amazing stuff, but again, they just didn't have, in my opinion, they didn't have good direction in terms of what they should be making. And so I made the Rise to try and demonstrate what a space feels like if you look at encounters first. If you look at the, you know, the fighting areas first and make each space with the fight in mind rather than making it with visuals in mind and then, the fight being an afterthought. What is going on there? Oh, so the other thing that I forget if I mentioned was the other idea with this maze is, again, you got to imagine you have to imagine it's going to be dimly lit. Probably not even that much light on it. It'll be more dim than that. And every creature is going to have some light source on them. So basically you'll be able to, when you're down in the maze and I was pulling the camera up over and looking down, you'll be able to see like moving light things moving around. So each of the satyrs will have some type of light thing, or maybe it'll just be the boss types that have light things. But yeah, so imagine a bunch of boss types down here, and all you can do is pull your camera up that far and see some light stuff. See light moving over there, but that'll also be how you can find some things. And you'll also, if you want to come in here and do some PvP type stuff in here, this will be a cool place too. Kind of a tag chase, lots of different options for it. Oh, and I said I was going to do a drawing. Let's do the drawing. I forget. I was doing, for this one, I was doing the... oh, I know it. I was doing the jack-o'-lantern glowing mask. That's right. All right, make sure you've raffled up. Atreon, yeah, there's some Photoshop stuff. Scotty does those. Zodrot, there's lots of things that went wrong on Shroud. Again, though, I think a lot of it is just the players. The idea was kind of to make it more of a, you're involved in the development from early on and can take part in the development, kind of what is going on right here, not just the watching stuff, but also designing stuff. But players, I think we dramatically overestimated players' ability to withstand a lack of polish, which means that, basically the whole design is we're getting you stuff that's not as polished, but you get to see it and you get to take part in development. So a lot of that scared off a ton of users early and that's one of those things too, is it's, again, crazy psychology, but some players will try a game, and if it doesn't grab them in the first 15 minutes or an hour, they'll never give it another chance. Never. So there's a lot of that. There's a lot of mixed design goals in terms of what we wanted. We know what we want now. Which is, again, focusing on fun, less on immersion. Having an immersive game does not necessarily make it fun, and just having a complex game is what people want, is they want a deep game, but, again, so a lot of kind of half-assed design decisions were made early on that made the game less fun, more punishing, and... for the sake of immersion or something. But again, we know what we want now, and I think we're headed in the right direction. We just have to figure out how to get some users back into the game now. So Let's see. So let me close giveaway and pick a winner. Cage Storm. Wonder if it's as easy as Cage Storm. Hey, it is. Let's see. What's that thing called? Like mask? Jack-o'-lantern mask. There we go. Grats, Cage Storm. Bam, sent. All right, next up, let me do so I'll give away 2 empty land row homes. I'll draw 2 names and do 2 on the next one. That'll be at 6 o'clock, which is also, I'll have to do it a little bit early because it's 6. That's when Maxine gets up, and I will go down and get Maxine ready for school. She'll probably come in and say hi on the camera. And then I'll have to take a break in there. So I'll try and get that done a little before 6 because her alarm goes off at 6. And no, she doesn't get to bed at 9. She gets to bed. We try to get her in bed at 6:30 or 7. So she gets, roughly 10 hours sleep. Where you going, bud? Just getting up to stretch? Oh, dog's wanting out. He may want to go potty or something. So Akinma, the experience bug. So all of our logs show that you guys are getting the experience we expect you to get. It's tough to get a clean test, but again, everything we've seen, we know there's some players that believe they're getting some experience bugs. But when we do a clean test, we get exactly what we would expect, which by that I mean we get clean test being like characters haven't played in several hours, not in a party or in a party 100% of the time. Yeah, so that's one thing that I think some players don't realize, and I'm pretty sure this is how it is right now. Again, this is something that everyone seems to think, I have to own everything, but I just simply can't. And that's one of the things I've turned over to Lord Subtleton is, managing that experience type stuff. So that's one of the design decisions that was made on that I disagree with, that I wish we could just get rid of, and we may at some point, is that your experience pools are shared between characters, or between your main and your alts. So if you have more than one character on an account, that the experience pool gets shared. So the side effect from that is we have to also share the experience caps. Attenuation. Because if we don't, then we've now created a way for you to basically, I've got 5 alts. I log on the first one, play until I get 2 million experience points in my pool, log on to the second one, play until I get 2 million experience points in my pool, log on to the third one, and basically it lets you get 5 times what we'd expect. Or you can have, so again, I disagree with one of those decisions. I do agree with the decision to make it so it's per, if we do have the one thing, then we've got to make it so it is the caps, the attenuation is per account, not per character. Akinma, I think maybe what you're seeing, and I'll have to check with Lord Settleton, that's one of the things he's looked at as well, is people playing multiple accounts. I think he may have it set so attenuation is per computer. I know for a while he had it per IP, and I think I made him change that, or at least I told him to change that. Because lots of times, like, I expect like Vespers and Taiki or somebody like that, married couples, you're punishing married couples for because they're going to always share IPs. Welcome back, Mojito. Okay, bud. Here you go, high maintenance dog. Oh, and I didn't even notice Alphane. Thank you for the raid. Come on, dog. So close. Need to adjust his bed a little bit. All right. Again, having nooks and 4x4 spaces in here is intentional to try and set up some places, because each one of these I'm going to go through and set up spawners where it's, I'll set 20, 30 points, and then have at any given time I'll make sure there's at least 5 or 6 that are out there, so it gives you a reason to run around the maze, run around the maze, run around the maze. And as always, looking for the path in to make sure that that is not completely obvious in a certain distance. All right. Oh yeah, and I haven't done any specials yet. I said I was going to do specials. I think I'm going to go boring this morning. Boring, but probably what you guys want. There we go. I'll leave that up there. Raffle. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Alright, let me do a quick save. I say quick, it's never quick. Still waiting. Alright. Now I think if I were evil Chris, I would make it so these front entrances all go to dead ends and can't get you to the tower. That is what evil Chris would do. But let's see, I think we're probably ready to do another test, just to see how it feels. Oh, it is 9:19:19. Yeah, there's 9 a.m. 19 minutes, 19 seconds. Whoops, I'm already here, so I guess I can try and find my way out. So yeah, so I feel like that light needs a little adjusting. I guess it's okay that it's a little brighter here in the middle. It's going to be darker around the edges. Oh yeah, let me try the Cuddlekin ring. Legendary. Yeah, I think that's gonna be okay. If I hear that people can get up there, I can easily go adjust these things. I just hate adjusting them prematurely. Although really that kind of is too easy to see the maze. I kind of want to pull that up a little bit just to make that a little tougher. Because yeah, you can really see things easily that way. So I think I'm going to adjust them right now. Yeah, and Kinetic Fed, again, this is one of those things you run into the psychology of players and trying to understand what's going on. But my goal was, with all the different design, is, I've kind of pushed it as a low grind. There we go, that feels better. Low grind game, because the skill reward, the benefits you get from skills, gets exponentially less. The cost for them gets exponentially more. So you can get to a point where you're really good pretty fast, and then you get like the diminishing returns, or power of 2, power of 3 type things in terms of effort to get there. And the idea being that, like, well, you'll get to most of the rewards quick, and then to get more, it's going to be a crazy amount of work, which really unachievable amount of work to get significantly more. So that was kind of the design, but again, the players see that as not no grind, but as, oh my god, crazy grind, because I can grind insane amounts of time and I'll get 5% more. Now the reality is, the part where some of that design fell apart and needs a little bit of more love, is that many of the skills are not they're linear in the rewards, and so then you're just looking at an exponential challenge. They need to be less exponential in or they need to be less linear in reward values. So this will be like a little encounter room. All right, I'm feeling pretty good. And then I'll probably make some big nasty patrols that wander this outside area. Yeah, and so the other thing that is we have a challenge with is there's some of these early on edicts for design that have kind of crippled some things at this point too, in terms of places we failed. One of those is in the gear, that day one you can walk into the game and go buy the best gear in the game, use it immediately. So that breaks some things, and what it breaks is not really obvious until you really see how it plays out. The bigger things it breaks, not so much that it breaks balance. Yeah, balance, it breaks balance a little bit, but the bigger problem is that because gear is highly durable, should be less durable in my opinion, but anyways, gear is highly durable and anyone can use it. Those two things combined means there's a lot of gear out in the world, and that lot of gear out in the world in the hands of a new player, the thing you miss is you look for these design beats and these reward beats, and so that the beats you're looking for, like when you go out on an adventure, you expect to gain like a couple of skills and a piece of gear. Well, when you can start off day one, you're level 5, and you're wearing the best gear in the game because there's no level requirements to the gear, it makes it challenging. It's not just the balance challenge. That's not a big deal. I don't care if you get powerful gear early on. The thing that is more painful and more punishing to players is they don't feel like they ever get gear upgrades. And why? Because they start day one, they can have the very best gear in the game. So part of that is the gear upgrade reward, because that's one of those things that is a reward beat that you expect to be able to go out and adventure and get that reward. And that's one of those rewards you don't really see because you can have the best gear from day one, and so gear progression is non-existent practically. All right, so there we go. So that's you guys can watch the stream, but you saw me create this entire thing on the stream. Next up is I need to go populate it. Guess I need to go make these guys 8 meters tall officially. Alright. Now I've got a Maxine who's going to wake up in about 15 minutes, so I'm probably not going to get to populate it until after we do our get ready for the bus. Yeah. So again, the idea with this is you will be probably sprinting, dashing, whatever, blinking through here. But there's lots of nooks and crannies in here. And in each one of those nooks and crannies, I'll be putting a possible spawn. If you remember earlier, I was talking about I'm going to put lights on some of the bigger, more important critters that are wandering through the maze. And that is because then if you use your camera and do the camera up to the top as you're trying to figure out how to get there, get from here to there. And again, it's not meant to be an impossibly hard maze. It's meant to be big and have lots of nooks and crannies, and also be a little bit challenging, so you at least feel like you have to think about it a little bit. But then also you get this type of effect where, like, imagine that's a creature over there, you'll be able to like mouse up and see where the big bosses are. So anyways, I think it's coming together, and it looks like these outside areas here are a little bit dark, but that's probably okay. Yeah. So yeah, if you got up on top of the maze, so I'll have to watch for that. Sure, no one would exploit that though, right? Right? Sorry, I'm catching up on chat. Oh, please open raffle. I didn't open the raffle. Oh, man. Allow entries. Okay. So I didn't clear the entries that were in there, so everybody can raffle now. So yeah, you guys need to raffle up. I'll pull the next raffle in about 10 minutes. I didn't clear the previous one. So if you entered before, that's why you're not seeing your name show up again. But yeah, there are some of these design things that I'm talking about here. Obviously, I'm aware of some of the challenges with those things, and just haven't been able to change them. But I think some of them will, again, we've got some news coming up that we'll be talking about that will we'll be changing some of those things. Basically, it's going to be the super short version. Oh yeah, let's see. Performance obviously seems pretty good. So yeah, so if you look up here, draw calls. You know, we're talking in the hundreds of draw calls. Like 2,000 to 3,000 is kind of what we want to make sure we keep under. Yeah, this will be like 60 frames a second even on a bad card. Again, this stuff looks big, but this, when you get down to it, this is actually, you know, that's a cube that's been stretched. That is a cube that's been stretched. So each of these pieces is, you know, 12 triangles, and back face cold, so you don't even have to pay for half of them. You really just have to pay for the one facing you. And this looks big and complicated, but that is a single polygon. Same thing, that whole wall. Oh yeah, now to figure out what to do with the floor. So I got that stuff in. Actually, I'll wait and changing that out until after I do the spawning and get all the stuff placed down there. Whoops. Because once I have the spawning, or when I'm doing the spawning, the same reason I changed the floor for this part, I want to keep it there for the spawning too, which is I'll lose all the stuff in the, if I have a floor that's a similar color, it'll be tougher to, you know, the contrast will be bad. Alright. Feeling pretty good about it so far. So now I'm reading the universal chat. All right. Again, just doing some tuning on this stuff. Right now on the visuals for the lighting. So there we go. So that, well, except that the color is completely different. But someone did a thing. Eric Rules, thank you very much, sir, for the resub. 3864 100. Now maybe I just need to go change that guy. I think I want to go a little lighter than that. Alright, so now oh, and that's right, I wanted to make this one a little less bright. And that's, I'm going to increase the range, but decrease the brightness. Let's see. So now we get a little bit of light everywhere. Everything's got shadows being cast. But again, we want to have it dark so you can see other lights in the maze. Yeah, and Atrion, that's some of what you're saying there. I mean, that's kind of why, if you've been listening to me ranting on streams for a while, that my focus on changing the game, trying to fix the game, is to make it have more mass appeal. Because even though people want this niche appeal, and we want that too, I mean, there's some aspects of that we want. We've got to find a better medium, happy medium, because the result is the game was so niche and had so many just design quirks due to, again, lots of different reasons. But, a lot of it being the initial Kickstarter promises of here's what we're making. Well, what the Kickstarter promise was not fun. And the result was the player base has shrunk over the years. I mean, it was never big, but we haven't been able to grow the player base. And so we have players who scream, I want X, Y, and Z, because that's how I want to play, and I want it hardcore and non-mass market. But then one of the side effects from that is, hey, guess what? We're niche, and we don't have enough players in the game for some people's taste. And so it actually makes the game worse for those very people who are screaming they don't care if the game is mass market or not. They do care because they want it to, one, be able to grow, be sustainable and be growable. Again, we have an insanely small budget and can sustain the game on that. But we would like to grow the team size so we can get some of these things we want done in a more quick fashion. BMU, I mean, we usually don't give out numbers. I mean, I think I've mentioned on streams that we have our MAU. We have about 10,000 active players. That does not mean 10,000 active players at any one time. But that is our player base is about 10,000. Now, if you look at that compared to a Minecraft or a WoW, they're more in the 10 million range. So that is not where we would like to be. Honestly, where we'd like to be is more like around 100,000. I mean, that's where we would love to be. I would like to be at 20,000 or something like that. But again, we're going to have some big announcements coming up soon, and there's going to be some more stuff to help hopefully improve that situation, get some more players in the game. But again, eyes and ears open. Well, hopefully soon we can talk about some stuff. Yes, in BMU, that is kind of what we've been trying to improve, is making the game less. I mean, that's kind of the short version of it. Is we promise something for Kickstarter, but when you're in Kickstarter, you don't have the game made. As you make the game, what makes sense, what is actually fun, may not be what you promised. But we had this not large. It was a few dozen people who were screaming bloody murder because we didn't make exactly what we promised for Kickstarter and didn't deliver exactly every single thing. Check for the 200 and something things that were promised in Kickstarter. We didn't get every single one of those in there. We only got 95%. Now finish that last 5% or else I'm going to demand a refund and sue your ass. I mean, we've actually had that type of stuff. But the result was we were listening to those people and continued trying to make what we promised for Kickstarter. We're done with that, and guess what? Just because something is on the original design doc, and whether it's a Kickstarter or whether it's a game in development at a big publisher, that's like the starting point. You don't focus on that. You see what's fun, and then you focus on what is fun and continue to improve what's fun. So that's kind of earlier this year, we kind of killed the Kickstarter. Here's what we said, exactly what we're going to make for Kickstarter, and we've been focusing on making the game fun and enjoyable for the players that are in the game now, and trying to ignore some of those loud, angry voices. Oh, and I have 1 minute until Maxine wakes up, so it is time to raffle. Raffle. You guys ready? Yes, there's a dog corpse on the screen. He's a very happy dog corpse, though. He's very relaxed. Here, I'll put the camera down a little bit more for you, bud. It's a very relaxed dog corpse. Alright, Maxine's alarm is about to go off. And then she will yell, "Dad!" So I need to close the giveaway. So when I go up there, it takes me about from start to finish. I'll have her to the bus stop by 6:40. I'll come back and check in, but 30 minutes or so total. But I'll be in and out over the 30 minutes. Here we go. Closing the giveaway. Picking a winner. I totally forgot what I'm giving 2 empty row lots, so I was doing 2 this time. So Astrid Dragon gets 1. Let me send mail. Steering. Dang. Aha. No dragon on the end. And this was empty. That was number 1. Send, and then I'm going to draw a second one. Second winner is Kinetic Fed again. Well, sure, why not? You've been here for hours. Alright, if you're cool with it, I will re-roll again. Dorkish. Alright, Dorkish, there you go. Grats. Alright, so when I come back, my focus is going to be on some creature creation. Oh, I just heard a little girl yelling, "Dad!" And spawning. So I'll go ahead and leave that like that. So if anyone joins the stream. Alright, she's yelling. Alright, guys, I will be back in about probably less than 10 minutes and check in, and then I'll be back. I'm coming! But anyways, I'll be back soon, and see you in a few.
Dad's going to be in soon. Okay. Okay. And if you say, let's say, I keep moving, and I got this music, I don't lose it, in my heart, and it's gonna be night. It's gonna play, 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 play. I'm gonna play, 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 play. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. I'm gonna play, 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 play. I'm gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. That's what you don't see. It's in my heart. 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 Happy. That's what you know. Keep moving. Just got the music. Like I got music in my heart. Think it's gonna be good night. I'm gonna play, 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 play. I'm gonna shake, 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 shake. I'm gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. I'm gonna play, 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 play. I'm gonna shake, 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 shake. I'm gonna play, 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 shake. Shake it off. Shake it off, 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 shake it off. I'll be down to this world. My new girlfriend. Oh my God! And he's going to take it to the fella over there with the really good hair. And over here and shake, shake, shake. And play, 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 play. I'm going to shake, 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 shake. I'm going to shake, 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 shake. Shake it off. Play, 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 play. I'm going to shake, 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 shake. And shake, 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 shake. Hey God, shake it off. Hey God, shake it off. Take it off. Shake.
Just want to show people Maxine's legit here. She has a llama lunchbox. This is her lunchbox. She has llamas on her lunchbox. Almost done packing her lunch. All right, Maxine is ready. That was her wake-up music. We set her alarm to Alexa, play kids or wake me up to kids music at 6 a.m. And there's a kids version of Shake It Off. Good morning. Oh, and you guys didn't tell me there's a little gap over there. I gotta fix that. All right, here we go. Fix that. Let me pause my audio so I have a spectator. Oh, I'm not allowing entries right now. Okay, there we go. You can now re-enter the raffle. Sorry, I had that turned off. I always forget. See you down there. Yes, I did not reset the raffle. I'm sure I lost a few people, but I think most people are still around. Here's Maxine. You want to show them your outfit? Here, I'll lift you up. Whoa. Look at that. Sparkly. And pink rainbow shoes. Or pink unicorn shoes with sparkles. Yeah. Maxine is styling. And And then we got about, looks like about 9 minutes we'll have to walk out the door. Oh, Paladin Michael. Hey, totally nice Fox. Why are you not a follower already? Thank you. And Eric Rules, thank you for the resub and the 100 bits. So the 33% bonus credits. Oh, that's towards if you upgrade your any lot. So like you go from like a row lot to a village lot, or a village lot to a town lot. Like if you spend, I forget what it is, but like say you spend 6,000 crowns on an upgrade, then I'll give you 20,000 crowns as credit towards a house. You just tell me what house you want and either pay the difference, or I can just give you the house if it's less than that. Basically, you upgrade from a village to a town, and guess what? Now you need a town house to go with it. So that's to get that for you. So I got to pause my audio for a bit here. You spend 6,000, you get 2,000. Sorry. All right, Mom is gone. Maxine, there were raccoons this morning.
My mom already told me.
Yeah, she already told you she saw the raccoons?
Yeah, just like an hour ago.
Yeah. Well, you've only been up 20 minutes, so it probably wasn't an hour ago.
How long is it?
I'm unmuted. But we're about to have to go. We've got 5 minutes. I was just pulling up. Have you seen this crazy stuff? They have like a app. I'll pull it away so you can't see it too well. But they have an app that shows
Bus.
the bus and how long it is until the bus gets to you and where the bus is moment by moment. The bus, it says 18 minutes. That would mean it's running late. I find that hard to believe. Yep, there's a couple of them actually. This is, I forget which one this is, but yeah, bus tracker.
You know, whatever bus goes there is mine.
Yeah. You shouldn't talk with your mouth full. Makes you sound unintelligent.
Stop, Dad.
So Maxine, look at this maze I made. Do you think you'd be able to get through it? What do you think?
Where do you start?
You start right over there. Here, I'll tell you what. We're gonna play a test. Maxine, you have. We've got to leave in like 5 minutes.
Okay,
If-
start going.
I'll show you how to move around. If you can find your way through this maze and get to that dark tower in the middle before we have to leave, then we will go swim tonight.
And so do we go through that dark tunnel?
All right, so hold on. I'll give you the
Light. I need light.
lights on. I'll even turn up the.
Oh, which one is go forward?
Hold on, I'll show you the keys in just a second.
Unless we have. Are we late for the bus? Are we a little late for the bus?
No, we're doing okay.
Good.
Hold on, I'm gonna turn up the light for you. Where's that spotlight?
Okay.
I'll tell you what, I'll even make it easier for you by not even having shadows. No shadows. Oh, that didn't help. Okay, so what you gotta do is let me slew. Alright, I'm just gonna have to go into night vision mode here. Well, it looks like I got a little issue over there I got to deal with. Okay, you ready?
Mhm.
So there's the castle over there.
Okay, so we go that way.
Okay. Here, let me make it full screen so it's easier to see. Okay, here we go this way. Now where?
That way. That way.
Okay. Now where? Okay. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Now which way? That way? Okay.
Yeah, because the castle is getting closer.
Okay. Which way? That way?
Straight ahead.
That way. That way?
Yeah, keep going. Keep going.
Now which way? That way? Okay.
There's that other.
Maxine's guiding me, by the way.
That way.
Okay.
That's that.
That way?
Go.
Now which way?
Wait, I can't see that.
There's the tower.
Oh, we're just getting further.
That way? Now which? I guess that way? That way? Oh, we made it. All right, so there you have it, folks. That is proof. A 5-year-old was able to get through the maze. I don't want to hear anybody complaining that the maze is too hard. It says 11 minutes. That means we're going to have to go in a few. I guess I can get... okay, we'll eat a few more of your waffles, or I'm going to drink a little more coffee. So I'm going to take Maxine to the bus stop. And the bus... Oh, now it says 7 minutes. Gotta hurry. We will be back in about... I will be back in about 10 minutes, it sounds like. No, we don't have to run. Hold on, I gotta get shoes on. I'm back. I guess Mojito was barking. Yeah, he barks. He sees us leaving, he'll bark. And if you heard, you might have heard a door open in the middle. Mojito get excited again. It's because we got down to the bus stop. And me being distracted and all, got down to the bus stop and I said, Maxine, where's your backpack? I don't know. So that was me sprinting back, block and a half back, getting a backpack, sprinting back down, all in sandals, of course. All right. Now breakfast a champion. So waffle and raffle means we should pronounce them the same. Should be either waffles or raffles. Waffles and raffles. All right, next drawing is at 7. So yes, make sure and raffle up. Okay, so now I got to do the spawning. So before I can do that, I need to go check out the map. Regenerate the nav mesh. All right, let's see what it looks like. I think we're just missing the collision up here. You can see where the collision is. No collision here, and we have to deal with that, I guess. Other than that, it looks like the maze generated fine. Let me check the large, which I hate that we have, but we still have it. Yep, that generated fine. Okay, so the next test I'm going to do is I'm going to see what happens if I go and take a spawner, plop a spawner down, Alright, and then if I change his leash distance to be like 200 and his wander distance to be 200. Dog, I hear you back there. All right, hold on. Let me fix this. And I'm going to see, because my plan was just go and put nav mesh paths down, put points in there. But it'd be cool if there were just some that just wandered and didn't have an exact path. Paths are cool too, but I hear you, dog. All right, get on your bed, grumpy dog. And thank you, Carlitten. Hold on, I'm having to resolve an ID issue. Mojito, get back into your bed, please. All right. Almost there. And Mojito's almost there. Yeah, that's right. I'm sure if you dig, you'll get a better bed. Minotaur's going to be an oversized satyr, special satyr. Good morning, Catherine Rose. Hey, I've got a label printed out for you to send your box today. I did not get it to the post office yesterday, but I just heard about that. Again, we had this dead period when, at the end of the year, when Chaos injured his back and basically just stopped showing up at the office. And honestly, we never saw him again. We talked to him, but he's had such bad back problems. But anyways, he had he had a handful of boxes that we didn't know the state of. That were boxes that were bought on the website. There's a lot of boxes we don't know the state of, apparently, as I continue to get people saying, I never got my box. And I go and look, and MPO shows that it shipped, the shipping company. But yours was one that was bought on the website afterwards, so I do have that, and I'm going to be sending you a bunch of extra goodies. Maybe even some Maxine art. I know you're into that. I want to get it out of the house. There's only so much art you can keep around. 5-year-old art. So anyway, so this is now, I think we're ready to do the test. Let me do that. So the test I'm doing right now is to see if the slime will wander through much of the maze, or if he's just pretty much going to stay home. Uh-oh. Wife's calling. I got to put you on hold. Okay, now I'm back. That was the wife calling. My slime is not cooperating. Why are you not wandering, slime? This was a test to see if... Let's see if he actually did wander. So he's got a wander radius. Got a wander distance. Yeah, that's frustrating. He should be wandering. Yeah, my wandering slime is failing me here. Let's see, how about wander distance? Maybe it's just too much of a wander distance. And I wonder what the wander distance... I thought wander distance was how far it would move when it started to move. Well, let me see if he's going to chase me even. Will he chase me if I'm there? And ignore the floor and all that jazz here. That's... There he is. He's got my scent. Really, slime? What is your deal? Ooh, I know what it is. Oh crap, I gotta figure out where that thing is. We have some things where you have to, there it is. Yeah, but that shows it's, no, that's not it. So that should be around it. Lame. Let's see. Let me go double check the nav mesh to make sure it's super valid. Alright, well there's the problem. You guys saw me build this nav mesh, but now it's not built. Maybe I did it when it was in run mode. Alright, fixing that. For those who are just joining here recently, I think most people know I work on a wacky schedule where I get up sometimes at 1 or 2 in the morning and then just work until Maxine gets home. So I started this stream at 1:50 this morning with the goal of rebuilding a big chunk of Tartarus. Not something you guys have already seen, something that I was going to have in there that I basically just got frustrated with because I didn't think it was good and deleted. I'm actually kind of happy with this. I'll show it off here in a minute. Again, ignore what you see on screen right there. That's without it being lit and with the bad ground texture. I just put that dark ground texture down so I'd have some contrast when I was working on things. So hold on a second, I'm building nav mesh for this. And I have no idea why it didn't save before. Alright, now. Oh, you know what? It probably needs to be re-snapped. Yep, didn't get snapped to the bounds the second time around. Alright, let me snap and generate. And good morning, Griffler, and some other people I saw who just showed up here recently. And again, thank you, Catherine Rose. And sorry about the box. If I'd known about it sooner, I would have been on it. We just have really bad records from that last, like maybe October to January of this year. And if you were just joined in recently, you missed Maxine singing kids version of Taylor Swift. Oh, did I just click cancel? I think I did. Hold on. Take 3. I get that obnoxious thing off. Cause the haters gonna hate. Okay, now. Yay. Okay, now let me save. Make sure that gets saved out. And now I'm sure my slime is going to be super aggressive and wander exactly as I expected him to. Hold on. Got to save a few things here. Make sure I don't lose it again. All right. And yes, oh, it's time to do a raffle. So everybody should raffle up. Let me start my slime going here. And I'm sure this time it's going to work. Or at least I've eliminated one reason why it wasn't working. All right, raffle up, raffle up. I forget what we're doing this for, but raffle up. Oh. All right. The slime's at least coming for me now. Why don't you kill me, slime? That didn't take long. Okay, so now the question is he going to wander? I guess I can watch him from right here. Come on, slime. No, don't stay home, wander. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, you go. I lost him. Where'd my slime go? There he is. Oh, geez. Whoops. Okay, so it does look like he'll wander a fair amount. I'm just going to stay in slew mode so I can watch what he does now. See if he's really going to wander, if he's going to be a good wanderer, or if he's just going to like go a few feet. Seemed like he was willing to walk quite a ways. His numbers are set, so he should be able to go like 200 or something. Which is basically the whole maze. Uh-oh. I smell trouble a-brewing. So that looks like he did a distance of 4. Oh god, how did I get up here? No, this is not where I want to be. Oh, I'm still in slew mode. Alright, let's see what our pet slime is doing. Dang it, I think he despawned. I'm going to have to look into how to get them to not despawn. Oh, nope, there he is. GM Ghost. So maybe that other wander distance is kind of important. Okay, let me go make a couple changes here. I'm going to try it again. Griffler, yeah, it's a metal slime. That's not really what's going to go in here. I just threw it down because that's what I had as an example, as a sample. So let's see. Let me try something crazier, like 50. Hold on, I gotta reassign some IDs and then I'll be able to test these guys. Yeah, this is gonna be primarily satyr type creatures. Maybe satyrs and death wisps. Waiting for it. Waiting for it. Come on, Unity. Griffler, no on the CS person. The person we had, which was somebody's wife, at the company, they got a, they started hosting puppy dogs. And after they got puppy dogs, they have not been making time for our CS stuff. But the good news, bad news is... Oh, it's more than just a maze vector. You'll actually like this, I think. The good news, bad news is the desk.com stuff we're using is going away soon. And we're going to have to switch to a new system, and I'm going to take over that as well. Not necessarily do all the CS tickets, but be the guy who manages the box at least. And assigns them and all that jazz. Because what we realize is most of the stuff that comes in is like it goes straight to me anyways. And we just had a middleman in between for a long time. Okay, now we can test our slimes. Yeah, if I had to choose between puppy dogs and CS, I would choose puppy dogs too. Alright, it's some GM Ghost, so... There you go. Yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about. So yeah, so that means we can have the guys on patrols, and then I can also throw in a few wanderers. This was just doing an experiment to see how well that would work. Ah, my little science experiments. Collision. Oh, I thought they were going to form into one giant slime. So my guess is there's actually a bug in the system, because what I was seeing in the previous thing was it would not go further than the wander distance. Kind of what it looks like now too. Except it looks like one blinked out of existence. Oh, no, there he is. Yeah, so I think I'm going to have to turn up the wander distance to be more than 50. Maybe just make it like 100 or something. Or else I'm never going to go that far. Alright, that's good. That's important to know. Okay. So no, not slimes. And for those who are looking at this and saying, what the is this thing here? So the thing you have to remember is this is what it actually looks like. And let me go ahead and play with it not being crazy. And showing off the camera. Hold on. Do. Stuck in my head. It's got to be on that side, right? Dang it, how can I not find the door? Wait, let's look at this. This faces it. Ah, there it is. So this is coming out of the new mine area that is also being added for this release. Again, I need to go change the floor out. I can probably do that here soon. Basically, it's a giant pyramid. Now the maze is set up to be the right height so you can get in here. And you can kind of see over the walls. Kind of, sort of. I need to put a light beacon up on top of that so to make it clear where you're headed, because that can kind of blend in. Okay, but time to spawn this thing. Now that I've done a few tests there and I know what I can expect from wandering, that's good to know. So I gotta set up some patrols and I gotta set up some wandering stuff. Gold slime that gives 1,000 slime, that's a brilliant idea. That is not going to show up. That's also not going to show up. Alright, anyways, I'll get to that in a minute here. Let's get back to the spawning. So no, we're not going to have death metal spawns there. So... see what we have in the way of satyrs. Got some T10 casters. Probably gonna have to make some more of those guys. Brute, Rocktooth. Okay, got it. Got it. Satyr Warlock. Alright, so let's see. So caster, do you do anything interesting? Well, let's see. So he's supposed to be able to blind, fire, arrow, Syrian ray, debuff, heat, fireball, ring of fire, and blink long. Do they really do all that stuff? Yeah, and this is supposed to be tier 12 as kind of the target. Well, now I'm curious if these casters are actually doing all that interesting stuff. We have so few of them in the game. I could not actually tell you. Alright, let's see what they do. I'll have to go fight them. And again, ignore the visuals you see on screen. It actually looks much better with lighting and all. And I will switch the floor back to being the correct floor once I'm done with this stuff. I just put a dark floor down so I'd have contrast, so I could see what I was doing. Otherwise, the walls blend into the floor too much. Come back, boys. Come fight me. I want to see what you do. Where are we headed, guys? Oh, I'm still in GM Ghost mode. Yeah, you gonna fight me? Let's see what they do. Alright, so they do these things. Ring of Fire. Looks like they're doing some... What happened to my God mode? Oh, you know what? God mode, I think we broke that on the client. In the editor in offline mode as well. Again, as we were locking down more and more stuff to make sure it could never be used except by a GM. Do. Okay. Let's try that again, boys. What you got? Yeah, so he did do a blind. Heat vulnerability. What do you know? They do with these things. He does do all those things that are on there. Okay, that's good. That's a great start. Do you not want to fight? Alright, so these guys are going to be a good starting point. It's good to know they have those and they all work. Gubotron. I'm not sure whether you mean the game or the map. The map that I'm working on is work in progress. I'm adding a new map to Shroud of the Avatar. Shroud of the Avatar is live and people are playing it now. Have been for years. But I'm doing development while streaming here and just trying out some new stuff and trying to see what AI these guys had already as I get ready to expand them, because these guys are tier 10, but I need some tier 12 and tier 15 of versions of them. But yeah, these guys actually have some semi-interesting behaviors already. I think it's going to be the ranged and the melee that I'm going to have to do a little more work on. And yes, this is just playing in the editor, not actually playing the game. The game is actually, just go to shroudoftheavatar.com and download it, free to play. Alright, so let's see, unpack prefab. Satyr Mage T12 is going to be the name of the spawner. Except I got to make some T12 guys. QA will be live today. I'm hoping to have this map in its early version on the QA for the weekend, which is why I've been working all morning on it. This is the 2 level additions to Tartarus. Hold on, you guys can't see it. I have a wait dialogue up on my screen. I should point out the machine I'm developing on here. If you're wondering why it's so slow, the machine I'm developing is a i9-9900K overclocked to 5.1 gigahertz on all 8 cores. With the hard drive that I'm running off of. One's an NVMe M2 drive that is does like 2 gigs a second. That's the slow drive. The one I'm actually with a project on, it's like a 6 gigabyte per second PCIe Samsung 3.2 terabyte drive. And that's the speed that I get. So yeah. It hurts sometimes. Their defense, they probably never really expected anybody to make a project as big as ours. Yeah, this is one of the things I hate the most. Is see I'm sitting here waiting. That's Unity doing anything with Perforce. Perforce is insanely fast, but the Unity implementation, our theory is they just have some things in it that are set, like they have a do something and then wait some amount of time without checking status or anything like that, because it just, like, even though Unity is crazy fast, whatever they're doing is they're just sitting and waiting with no processing going on. And all right, So now you guys can help me out. We got to come up with some names for some high tier stuff. So let me go ahead and throw in tier 8. Coming up with name progression is always one of those challenging things. So a tier 8 caster is a satyr mage. A tier 10 caster is a warlock. What should the tier 12 and tier 15 be? Go. Waiting. Elwyn Moon, yes, that's, and actually, if I forget when I was talking about it, we're actually working on removing some of the threading we've added to the game. Not because we've got any problems in our threads, but because Unity doesn't handle threading very well. And we're worried that's some of our stability problems. So wherever it makes sense and we're not saving a significant amount of time, we are removing threading from the game, from Unity. Because again, at this point, there's only darts to throw and we're not getting any help from Unity. Yeah, and it uses some of the other threads. It'll use about 2 cores when the game is actually running, assuming your GPU keeps up. But yeah, it does not do great for threading. And any attempts we try to add to improve, get more things threaded, seem to just collapse. We could do Arc Mage and then Arc Warlock for T12. I kind of like that. Alright, got that done. Alright, now we need a tier 15 melee. The tier 12, let's see, tier 15, we already have tier 12. Tier 12 is called Brute Rocktooth. I'm going to have to make a new one of those, I think. I think he's supposed to be like a named. And actually I can make all of these guys have, underscore tart or something like that. Satyr Ether Mage. That sounds like one for the tier 18. So I'll probably have at least one of those guys or B15. So we'll make a tier 18 and make him the Ether Mage, and then I'll have the boss be a B15. Although really, if I put ether in it, then they get to a point where people expect them to look ether, have the effect on them or whatever. Of course, I could have them do something like summon ether creatures. I'm not sure any will fit down here. An ether slime would fit down here. I'll call him an Ether Warlock, even though he's not going to look ether. Let's see. Again, melee 15. We have Brute Rocktooth. I think we have to make a second variation of T12 and I'll call all of these underscore tart. Long pause, long pause. Alright, let's see. Satyr, Ether, Warlock. You guys can go away. You can go away. Assassin, I'll call these guys marksman. Assassin. Let's see. I call these guys Royal, Satyr, Guard. Okay. Bunch of dialogues here. You'll just see my cursor spinning for a while. All right. Got it. Check. So now I need to figure out what I'm going to put down there, and then I need to get some stats set for those guys. So for the casters, again, I'm surprised by how much stuff they already have on them. In terms of that's all the stuff they can do. They can blind, fire arrows, searing ray. I think I'm going to add in one more just to be annoying. And make these guys a little bit different. Let's see. So in terms of stats, $450. Oops. 15,000. This 10,000. Faction Satyr, that's good. This guy needs to have do 9 for him, and he will do a ice field. And a chain lightning. Hey, Hollyhock, thank you for the sub. ×3. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And of course we'll do the ever popular for the casters. Alright, so do a push. There we go. In case you missed it, the tier 15 that adds a teleport to him. Now I'm afraid I may need to go modify that. I'd like it to be a teleport where it doesn't care whether or not you can see your target. As in, it'll teleport you a distance, and like it doesn't need to see where you're going, so it can teleport you through some of these walls. As long as there's valid nav mesh on it. I'll see if I can get that to work. The chest thing, I thought that was fixed. I actually even announced it was fixed and put it in patch notes, and Lord Suttleton had to correct me that that was for a slightly different issue. We are going to get that done. If he can't get it done this release, I will find a way to get it done myself. Because, yeah, I know that's pissing off a lot of people. And Anthrax, I kind of agree with you that it's not that big of an issue, but, and again, we changed how something worked and made it worse, and we shouldn't be doing that. Okay, so casters are fine. Melee, let's see, I think he's going to get a... he'll get a special skill. He'll get a on low health. I think I've got a creature in rage. Yeah. In low health, he's going to have a enrage berserk. Bam. We should put a death shield on the other guys for when they get low. Ooh, and this is another good one as I remember. I need to get that in there too. That being getting in the Kobold energy devices, putting those to use in here. So having a couple of them spawn, like maybe at the corners here. So as you get closer, basically that becomes another thing you have to fight through, is the energy devices powering things up. This really should be higher to begin with. Those guys should be in... Oh man, these are horrible. These are obviously stats that have not been looked at in a while. Enrage, he's already got that. Not sure what his special attacks do. He has 2 of them, and I don't see how they're different, really. Surely there's something different about them. But he's also getting a rend. Let's see. That's about where it should be. It should be about 10K. Should be 1200. It's 240, so it should be 360. 160. 15,000. Yes, we do have patterns for how all those work. Generally, it's 1.5 times the previous category. Oh, you know what? Are we late? No, 8 o'clock is when I do my raffle. Did I do the 7 o'clock? I did do the 7 o'clock, right? Maybe? Age Romulan TV. I actually started at 1:50 this morning. It's lockdown time is coming. Blinding shot. Alright. Alright. Not too much to do for that guy. Now for the caster 18, let's see. $1,240, $450. $240, $360, $160, and that was $450, so that should be about $625. We'll go up to $650. Alright, let's see. And so for the caster top tier, I think he's going to get a few more things even. It's definitely going to get the demon. Full demon push. And ice field. Let's go with the death field. And that's what we should be putting over here. Some flurry. Already got the disabling shot. Alright, so those guys have all been updated. I don't think there's anything to apply. What? Alright, so that's just going to say that every single time. Not a big deal. Okay, there we go. Bam. So now we've got a creature set that we can use. That does not include the boss creature that I'm going to put. That's going to be going in here. I kind of want to change out this stone. And yes, this is a giant pyramid for those who missed out on it. And again, you're not seeing it how it actually looks. How it actually looks is... this is what it looks like. And these walls are tall enough so you can't see over them, except if you get your camera all the way tilted up just right and jump, you'll be able to see over them a little bit. Hey, this is Dices. Thank you very much for the resub. So yeah, so this is more what it looks like, and if you jump, you'll have a view of like at this level. Jump with your camera all the way up. The other thing I need to do on these guys, the guys I'm creating right now, is they're going to all have lights on them. At least the high level ones will. So that you can actually, when you're up here, you'll actually be able to see them coming, and you'll know when they're coming. So let's see. So we want to set up some random spawns. So let me do... let's see, create empty. In case you missed it, these guys are set up so that they can wander. And normally we use spawn groups for these things, that's where we set up like, here's a spawn controller, and then here's the 10 spawn points in the group. And then the 10 spawn points in the group, only 5 of them will be active at a time. So that's what we normally do. But since this is the thing I'm doing right now is just going to be the random spawners, I'm not going to worry about that because they're just going to move around on their own. And I'm turning the lights back on. There we go. Oh, and for those who missed it, this is actually Tartarus. Here's the part of Tartarus down to there, and that's where like the skeletal archer dude is. This is the section that's new, that's coming, that's a tier 6 mine that'll lead you from Savernok Stronghold into the 3rd level of the dungeon. And then the 3rd level of the dungeon is this. The exit for it, I hadn't even mentioned that part. The exit for it's going to be right up here. So this will be a teleporter that will take you back up to the very top. Take you back up to the old Tartarus area. And also, I know this looks crazy, but the performance on it's actually really good. The draw calls for those, they batch incredibly well. Anthrax. This one's not PvP. But let me work on it. I could probably get in a PvP section that's something like this. That's just below this. That would basically, I could mirror this one. I don't want to make this one PvP. But that is something I could do the same thing. I could have this exit into 2 pyramids once I'm done with this. Basically, I can go dupe it, move it over here. Because this one actually, I have several exits out of this thing. And one of them will be PvP and one will be not PvP. But I have a similar model to this because, yeah, this would be a fun PvP space. I would probably change out what's in the middle. But other than that, it would be the same type of stuff of running around, clearing nodes, clearing chests. Probably at any time in here, in case you're wondering, there's probably going to be maybe 2 chests in here, and when you grab one, it'll spawn somewhere else. And if you see the nooks and crannies in here, there's this was, although I did create this on the stream this morning, you can watch me go create this entire thing from nothing to this. The areas that are the nooks, those are intended to have, as often as possible, they're going to have a chance for a spawn, either a chest or an ore node that will appear down there. The whole thing's going to have wandering creatures through it. Then there's also going to be some patrolling creatures. And then there'll also be some camps in the spaces that are the 2x2s that are areas there. With the highest level stuff being in the middle here of the the black tower. Although the tower will probably not be black by the time I get done with it. But the idea being, again, as I sit here and always do the same thing where I'm trying to, like, I worry a little bit about visuals, but I worry far more about gameplay. But the idea, my belief is that what you guys will do with some good chests that spawn in different places, or nodes that'll spawn in some of these places, but not all of them, some random wandering creatures, is that this will be a fun space to go and, like, check, just wander the whole thing. I'm sure a couple of you guys are crazy enough that you will be able to, and you'll have it all memorized in no time flat, which is also why I'm talking about making some of these walls appear, disappear, slide maybe, change position to change it up a little bit, which I already have the tech for as well. That's not a, wouldn't it be cool if, but anyway, so lots of little nooks and crannies that I'm going to go in each one of these nooks and crannies that you see here. I'm going to put a potential spawn there, so there'll be a lot of reasons to move around. And on tomorrow's show, I will be making artifacts. So again, this, my hope is, you saw the creatures that are going in here. They'll be fairly high spawn count, and they go range anywhere from 10 to 20,000 experience points apiece. And so yeah, so you don't need a ton of those to reach attenuation. So that's kind of the idea, is that you can reach attenuation in here and move around and get some rewarding loot, but it takes effort. All right, let's see. Back to what I was doing there. So the spawners. Let me get this guy set up. Satyr T12 Tartarus. Okay. T15. And again, these are going to be the wandering encounters. Okay. Let's see. I think we're going to have scattered throughout here. Let's see. Let me get the spawn time on these guys kind of where I want them before I start going and duping all those guys. I think this is more like maybe a 240 spawn. That's all fine. For those who weren't on 30 minutes or so ago, an hour ago, oh, it's time for me to do another drawing. This maze, you can nav anywhere through it, or the creatures can nav anywhere through it, and so they're set up with the wanderers. So these guys, rather than being patrols, are just going to wander the maze. So I will be scattering these guys around a little bit. But where they start is not super critical, because they will end up some other place. And for those keeping score at home, let's see. There feels empty right in there. Let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, so there's 12. They average about 10k experience a piece, so that's 120k experience every 4 minutes. So 15 times that, so that's 1.8 million experience points per hour so far. But let me do a raffle first. And I'll go try this out as soon as I'm done with the raffle. Alright, raffle. Here we go. Oh, hold on, I'll allow entries. Go ahead. Did you get in, Catherine Rose? Try it again. Yeah, you're in there, Catherine. Alright, now you guys are ready. Pick winner. Cypher 1 Black. Logging back into the game. I forget what I'm even giving you. I'm sure it was awesome. 100k crowns. That seems wrong. Let's see, what did I buy? Featured. I already gave one of those away. Do you remember what it was? Oh! Crap, I don't remember what I was giving you. How about... I did empty row last time. You know what? I don't know that I named what I was going to do this time. I think that's why I'm having trouble remembering it. Not a full suite. You want to... I can get... I'll do a mannequin for you. You want male or female? Trillion crowns. I can't even add a trillion crowns. Alright, you want a male? How about a male combat? Like that guy right there. That guy's a pretty good pose. Done. Alright, let's see. So next, I'll send that to you in just a second. Next, let's do... Obsidian. That's cool. How about... we'll do another GIMP mask. I haven't done one of those today. Perfect for your sex dungeon. Alright, Cypher 1, let me send this to you, or Cypher Black. You're just Cypher Black in game, yeah. Mannequin. Okay. So next up will be a GIMP mask. I'm gonna go ahead and reset because I haven't reset in a while. Open giveaway, GIMP mask is what you guys are going for. Oh yeah, and you guys couldn't see what I was doing over there. That's alright. I was just doing stuff. I had Unity up, but you don't need to see. Okay. I forget, did I get all these guys placed? I think so. Okay, I think those guys are all reasonably placed. I'm going to go ahead and do... archers in a maze are fun. I'm going to do... I'll do one more each of the T12s. Wrong. Thanks a lot. You suck. Alright, I'll do one more archer. Okay. So let me do a save. This is going to take a minute. I got to open the ID manager. Gonna resolve some errors. Got it. Check. Assigning some IDs. And then I'm going to go play through the maze and we'll see what it feels like with all the dudes in it. Oh, but before I do that, I'm going to make one change here. I'm going to go to the T15 guys and put a light on them. We'll see how that feels. Satyr visual. Let's see. Large vary, I think that's probably right. Well, that's right, we've got a Krampus. I could put a Krampus variation in here. Alright, let me get these guys assigned real quick. Forgot to lock. Save on that. Open on that. And I did not pick the large one. Alright, well, no worries. I can go back and clean that up here shortly, but the next thing I need to do is take the visual prefab for that. Put a little light over his head. Hard shadows, we'll do 15. This ain't rocket science. Oh, but let's see, we could color code them. This is the caster mage, so let's do mages. Get a little purple. Maxine's not around, she would correct me on the colors. Say something like, that's lavender. Add components. Light settings. Let's see. Put that above that guy. 15 hard shadows, light settings. Very far, very far. Archers are going to have more of a red tint. No, you know what? They're kind of a greenish tint. These are kind of rangery, foresty. Save that. Open that. And again, if you guys are just joining me, this is kind of what my day is like when I actually get to work on stuff I want to work on, at least, which is not that often. And fighters can be red. And save. And that. So again, today is less talking, more stuff. Oh, and I said I had specials going. That was throughout. There you go. You guys can look at the special. I know, not very creative. I think I'm just about ready. Let me do a quick save. Doing some things. Gonna save project just to be safe. Yeah, Belladonna Rose, I agree with them. It's probably just scaling. It needs to be descaled. Don't they say not to use vinegar? I think white vinegar is probably fine, but 5 years and you've never descaled it? Alright, here we go. You guys ready? Yeah. Speaking of coffee, I'm going to go hit the warm-up button on my Keurig. Hey, mojito. All right. Coffee machine's warming up. I had to fill it with water too. Okay, so let's see. Why is that not casting? For those, I'm in the maze somewhere. All right, and again, if you hadn't heard my pitch, it's the tower is in the middle, but that is kind of the landmark that you can use to see your way around. I cannot believe that I have not seen a creature yet. I'm wondering if the nav mesh is having trouble again, if it reverted again. Oh, nope, because there's a light. Oh yeah, that's what I should be doing, is I should be doing the... That means there's got to be a dude there. I forget, that looks lavender to me. So lavender is mages. Oh, nope, that was reddish. Well, that guy's, he's a... Mojito? I know the marksman assassin is coming for me, but he's not going to get me. Haha! Really? You're that slow? Need to go check their perception range. Yeah, you like the new sound effects on the satyrs? Ruff, ruff. Haha. Alright, let's see. So these guys will be in the range. That one... Oh, I forgot to change their level when I modified them. So his health is going to be lower than it should be. Yeah, so let me go get that. Assassin. There's a G on the end there. Critical bug. Surprised I haven't seen more. I may need to put drop more spawners in here. It is a pretty big maze, but I would have thought I would have seen more by now. Oh, there's another. There's a mage. Wander dudes. Oh, there's a couple wandering. Okay, so maybe I need a little bit more. These guys must be set to crazy slow response time. I'll have to go take a look at that. me go in here and see if I can actually see the lights. Oh yeah, I do need to switch out the dirt in here. Na 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 na. This will be the last part I need to spawn. Da na 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 na. I think that's a Wi-Fi vo. I'm not sure how that got stuck in my head. Oh god, I forgot about oh jeez. Forgot about the collision problems. I'll have to deal with that in a minute. Okay. I only see one. I wonder if their lights are getting deactivated. Oh god, almost made it. Okay, well, we're getting close here. Okay, so I think I'm going to have to look into how to change the range at which things despawn. I forget what that value is. I'll have to ask Travis how to set that. And let's see. Check the light deactivation range. I think it's already pretty long. I think it's probably fine. Yeah, I guess, I mean, like, you run quite a ways and you can... Maybe you just need to double up the number of spawns here. Bam. Watch this magic. Poof, they're all invalid spots. That guy's on the outside. Okay, so now we're up to about 4 million experience. So that's the start of the spawning for it. No, no, no. The wife messaging me from her work, telling me work for me to do, you know, because I don't have a job or anything. All right, so that is the base. Oh, that guy needs to get out of there. How about if you go over... Again, it shouldn't matter much where they start. There. Okay, so there's the start for the spawn. So now there's going to be some patrols that'll walk. I think there's going to be one patrol that'll walk around the outside. That'll be a really nasty patrol. And yes, Belladonna Rose, that is exactly how she treats it. You work from home, so therefore you don't have a job. Despite being up at 150 working nonstop on camera for over 6.5 hours. Let's see. So we got the base spawners set up there. So now let's get some of the patrols in there. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do. Let me just add a mesh collider. Not convex. We'll see if that fixes the problems. You've got to be careful, like adding a mesh collider. Basically, that means it turns this into a polygonal collision mesh. Hey, thank you very much, Red Dragon 7. But that, and oh, and I also missed, I think I missed Dices and Hollyhock. I forget if I thanked you guys already, but I just thanked you again. But thank you, Red Dragon 7. So I can turn it into a polygonal mesh, which is easy, as you saw, 2 clicks. But the challenge with that can come from sometimes the mesh, the collision generated for the stairs isn't good. Now these, we generally create the low poly collision for those, so that should be good. You don't want to use collision for actual staircase because then it feels crappy, honestly, because you're a capsule collider moving up and down a bump, and it's like bump, 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 and it's, you kind of have to get to the point, like sometimes you have to like jump, 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 and you jump up the stairs, and it's really, again, feels horrible. But I think the other collider for the stairs is there. It's just whatever collider I might have accidentally removed up top needed to be replaced. So let's pretend that's going to be fine. Let's see. So again, I got that done. Let me go get some. Let me go find a. I got to figure out how to make these things again. Let's see, there it is. Usually do these guys the same way every time. Find one, Control D. Move it down. All right. So this is going to be just for the outside one, which I guess what, we only need 4. So let me go up here. Trying to keep this stuff clean here. I'm gonna make a little folder for these guys. This is Maze Wanderers. All right. So really just need 4 waypoints for this guy. Here's 1. There's 2. There's 3. No, I accidentally hit Control S. Let me see if there's any chatter over here. Red Dragon 7. Oh. How hard would a console port be? So we've looked at it. The main challenge we have is memory growth and texture stuff. The performance is actually acceptable on consoles. We could actually get there. Another thing we've looked at is Stadia ports. The challenge for consoles, Stadia port would actually be fairly easy. We actually can fit within those specs. The console port challenge is how to map the UI, the interface, all the controls and stuff. It's kind of a running joke now of whenever we add some new thing and we want a key, it's like, we're out of keys. So then you've got the challenge of fitting that onto a console controller. And also chatting is a big part of the game, so that's the other part. So technically, the going to a console is not that tough. We've done some test compiling stuff on just lots of different stuff in Unity, and it actually does. That's one thing it does really well at, is doing one platform to another platform. The challenge is not that. The challenge is in the controller. And that is the other, I mean, that's kind of the same challenge we have with VR. There's a couple different challenges with VR, but that's one of them, is how to map the controller or stuff so that when you have headset on in VR, you know, you can't really see the keyboard very well. Now, many people touch type well enough, but not everybody, including people like, say, Richard. If you've ever seen me make fun of him before when he's typing on a keyboard, so all those games he programmed, he did it 2 fingers at a time. So I've laughed at him and told him he's got to learn touch typing. But anyways, so for VR, that's the other challenge we have, is how to handle all the keyboard, all the complicated stuff you have to do. Yeah, so that's the challenge for console, really, is not the can we get it on there, can we get it working, would it work? The challenge is how do we map it to a controller, that's got basically 2 joysticks, 8 buttons, 12 buttons. I mean, there'd have to be a lot of context stuff going on. And we do what a lot of them do, which is, start mapping a button, and then you do a button and another, joystick to pick something. But yeah, it would be challenging. Not impossible, but definitely challenging. Many of the people at the studios did console stuff before coming here, including me. So we've got some experience and kind of know what we're up against. Yeah, Black Desert. I've played Black Desert on PC. I haven't tried it on the console. That is a good thing. Oh, I gotta go. Wife just reminded me. I also have to get a flu shot. ACL Fest is coming up. I'm excited. That is the music festival that me and Star and Beezus and Burning Toad and Undone and a few other people here at the company, we all go to it. And I'm going. It's a 3-day music festival that they have on 2 weekends. They have 3 days one week and then 3 days the next. It's mostly repeat. I used to go one weekend, but then when Maxine came along and got old enough, like when she was 3, I started taking Maxine to them. So this year we're going. Oh, and so I take her half the time, and then I just go for myself the other half the time. So, but Maxine will be going. Yeah, the big names this year are Mumford & Sons. Are freaking amazing live if you haven't seen them before. Guns N' Roses, Childish Gambino, The Cure, Cardi B, Billie Eilish, Tame Impala, Robin, Casey Musgraves, Raconteur, Gary Clark Jr., Lizzo, James Blake, 21 Savage. I mean, there's just like, it goes on and on and on. It's like 100 bands, 150 bands or whatever. So very excited. No, I'm not one of those guys who goes and stands at the front stage and jumps in the crowd. I take a lawn chair, throw it back there, go grab a beer, sometimes 2 at a time, sit in the back of the crowd, drink my beer, listen to the music. Only way to go. Turn QA on. I'm waiting for Lord Subtleton to get up. Let's see if he's alive yet. Nope, he's not alive yet. I just want to make sure we can screw some stuff up and have to re-migrate if I don't get the okay from him, because he may have some stuff we do. Sometimes we have to do database migration. Since I'm doing an all dev talk, I can talk about that stuff. Sometimes we have to do database migrations, and that is we change something in the format of the database on dev. When we're ready to move to QA, sometimes we have to do like a hand migration where there's some migration process that we've, script that we've written, that we've got to run that script to migrate the data to the new format, just changing stuff up. And if we don't do that, then we can get some seriously corrupt data or some crazy errors. But anyways, as soon as he gets up, then I'll click the publish button. I think people who seed torrents, who run like torrent seeds, probably already saw that the torrent for it already went up. It's already out there. There's just one button that basically goes into a database somewhere and changes the number from here's the current QA to here's the the old QA, and it'll upgrade people. So literally 30 seconds from the time I push that button, it'll be live for you guys. But I need to wait for Lord Subtleton to be up to make sure I'm not about to corrupt database. Oh look, Snugsy one's back. Did you go sleep for a few hours and now you're up again, Snugsy? So what you missed is I finished up that stuff. We're into the spawning stuff. I just created 7 new variations of creatures. Gave them the appropriate stats. Also gave each of them has some new special abilities. So the mages do some stuff like teleport. I'm going to go look into making the teleport. The mage teleport for these guys. Ignore walls when it's doing its test. So it doesn't have to have a line of sight basically. So a mage, here could teleport you through 2 walls to over here. Again, the scatter effect, which, for parties, clean them out. So anyway, so those are the wandering mobs. Those guys all wander. That's about 4 million experience points an hour just in the wandering mobs. Because yes, I do keep an eye on how much experience you guys can get in these things. I try to make sure you can reach attunement if you're working at it. Okay, so there we go. We got the patrol set now. I'll do the perimeter of maze. Okay, and then I gotta do, let's see, I gotta do a spawn group for those guys. It's always, every time I have to do this stuff, it's the death patrol. I'll go copy that. So yeah, so ping pong patrol. Yeah, I think all I need to do is make sure. Gotta add the spawn navigation. Check, 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 check. Okay, so now we're gonna have. Now this one I want it to be kind of kick your ass style. Let's see, we will take that guy. And then we want a Archer T-15. And then a Mage T-15. Alright, this is going to be, we'll just do 2 sets of those guys. They won't stay in formation anyways, but... Oh, and I forgot to do, what's the patrol? We got to do the nav thing. It is called Spawn Navigation Controller. There we go. You can let me add it to multiples at a time. 8 empties. Again, some of this is just busy work to make things a little cleaner when I'm working on things so I can come back and modify it later. If I don't do this, like Sanyo and Liz will yell at me. So that should put those 6 guys on spawn. On patrol around there. And I think they are set to, this should be set to ping pong. Do you want to loop or ping pong? We could do random, because we love random things, don't we? We'll just do ping pong. So they'll go around one way, and when they're done, they'll go around the other way. Do 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 do. Let's see. Okay. Let me save those guys. I'll have to generate some IDs for them, and then I can test that out and see how those guys look. Oh, that's right, Snugsy. When you went to bed before I started on this. This is tartar sauce. AKA Tartarus. Got it. Alright, this one's going to take a while. Oh, I never got my coffee. So while this one goes, this is level 3 and level 4 of Tartarus. 3 is the mine next to it. I'm calling this one level 4. I'm going to go get some, pick up my coffee. I started it, but I didn't actually hit the button. Yeah, that's right. You get 2 maps, 2 levels for Tartarus this release. All right. Now I can save. Well, there's 2 levels in current live. There's going to be level 3, which is mines, with tier 6 ore nodes. And then level 4, which is what you're looking at now. So this is level 4. Of course, that's not what it really looks like. Whoops. What it actually looks like is going to be something closer to that. The tier level 3 is over here. And this will lead you from Teleporter will come in here from Savernok Stronghold. And it'll lead you 2 in here. Snugsy one. I will actually go and look today since I'm doing this for 6 hours this morning. Anybody who bought a 100 crown package, I'll do it for you. You don't have to do anything at all. The only thing you have to message me is if you upgrade a lot. I do get alerts on that stuff, or I have a way to search, but I want to make sure you're watching my stream. No, as much as I want to put a Mojito Slaughter Dog in there, I will be resisting. Yeah, so that's the old Tartarus. This is new Tartarus. And then this is new Tartarus in here. And again, if you haven't seen it, this is actually a massive inside or interior pyramid. The ground will be changing, although it doesn't actually, with the lighting, it doesn't look that bad. I actually changed it to be a dark ground. Just grabbed some random texture and threw it down there because it improved the contrast while I was working on it. Serpent Spine is next on my list. Snugsy one, I'm trying to get them live for this weekend so you guys can go play through them on QA. They'll go live in R70 for sure. I was just trying to get them live on QA now so you guys can start testing some of this stuff. The exterior of the pyramid is underground. It is down here below. Tartarus, and actually I guess the top of it extends up to about the level of Tartarus. There we go. And again, as I was pointing out, the performance on this is actually really good. In fact, if I hit play here, which I said I was going to do, go ahead and do that, you'll see that the performance is like, a lot of this area in here is like 100 draw calls. Alright, the wife is piling on stuff to my honeydew list. Oh, that's right, I was trying to check, oh god. I was trying to find the patrol guys. Fly. Neil. Oh. Okay, so I gotta go set those guys. They're not spawning on startup. I need to get those guys so they spawn on startup. Let's see. GM Ghost true. Time scale 3. Just follow these guys around. I just need to make sure that they actually walk around. Why are you going back that way? Oh, that's right, because they'll do a ping pong. And they started here. That was the end spot, so it walked to the end, and now they're walking back across. Actually, that'll work really well, because that'll be Snugsy one. I will have the Sun skill. That might be live for the weekend QA build. Uh-oh, did I despawn a bunch? Okay, so I've got to work on getting these guys to always spawn in. Dude, you're going the wrong way. And keep them from despawning. Do. Oh, it's getting close to the 9 o'clock giveaway. Where's that guy going? He must have been... Nope, I guess it's the end of the road. Ping pong? I may need to work on my logic for that. Hold on, asking the team something. Okay, well that seems to be getting close. Oh, and if you notice there's a wanderer who came out to join us. If you notice some of the guys have lights. That's so you can see them coming when you're in the maze. Those are the higher tier. If they're tier 15 or higher, they have a light on them. That was another thing I did during the stream. You can see I know there's a tier 15 in this group. That guy. Actually, I think all those guys have lights. All right, hold on. Did I even open up? Did I? Yes, I do have it open. I even forget what this one is. And I'm in ghost mode in case you're wondering what's going on. Alright, so I think that's a pretty good start for the spawns. I want to get some going across and back and forth, but I think that's, like, if it went live with just what I have now, it probably is enough to keep you guys full on experience, especially once I do the center area. So I think next I'm going to do the random chests and random ore node spawning. And all the little nooks and crannies around here. Which again is the why you're running through here, or at least part of it. Alright, I seem to have lost seem to have gotten lost. Yes, I will always get lost in my own maze. You guys act like I make this from like some exact plan. I kind of follow a pattern in my brain. Oh, and thank you very much, Rinaldi the green guy. Again, I think I thanked you already. Let me see if Rinaldi asked a question on his. More than just a maze, Radiant Woodlander. Greenhouse, fix the greenhouse. Yes. Had somebody who's trying to give me some good repro steps so I'd understand more about what's going on. I haven't seen that. But again, today is part of why I'm doing this today is lockdown, which means we're not supposed to add any new content after today. I probably will. But I am trying to make sure the biggest chunk of this is checked in. So, Radiant Woodlander, you missed it earlier, but I have video proof. My 5-year-old, I asked her to find her way to the tower. And my 5-year-old daughter managed to find her way through the maze. So, I'm sure you can manage to. It's not that bad. Several quick ways. I think that's the route she went. Came in here and she said, just keep walking towards the tower, now take a right. And, well, take a left. And take a right. And so she managed to find it pretty quick. There's multiple ways in. I agree Maxine is super smart. But even a smart 5-year-old. Richard does the left wall rat algorithm to find his way through mazes, which of course never works in any of the mazes I put together because they all... That's what I tried to do on the Rise. Overlapping layers and drops and... Same thing in here. Left wall rat algorithm, nope. Right wall rat algorithm, nope. I made sure to have most of these pieces floating. By that I mean, you can see this chunk right here that kind of looks like a key, doesn't connect to anything. That doesn't connect to anything. That doesn't connect. So right wall algorithm or left wall rat algorithm, no good. All right, let me do the prizing here. I'll do the 9 o'clock a few minutes early. And then I'm going to add in the ore spawns, ore node spawns, and then I'm going to add in the chest spawns. And then maybe I'll update some of the loot bundles for some of these creatures I just added, so we don't have more stuff like the tier 4, 5, 6 elves that all give the same loot as a tier 3 elf. And then the last thing, which I may actually have that wait until the next release, is spawning out the castle here with stuff. I'll probably put stuff in there, but I may not have a boss. And then I'll save the actual boss fight until the next time around. Because I need to get some warp spiders done, and I need to get a few other things done as well. For Travis for list. All right, let's see. Ore nodes. I just did this the other day and I totally forget how to do it. All right, let's see. And we're going to put, let's see, we'll do a smaller number. Well, I could do the same number. Actually, no, I'm going to do a few. That's a lot of nodes. How about I just do tier 6 nodes? I'll do 4 of them. Tier 6 ore silver. Tier 6 ore copper. Tier 6 ore gold. And tier 6 ore iron. Oh. Let's see. All right, so let's see. I think we're actually going to do something different than I normally do. I'm going to do a max population of 2 out of maybe, we'll see, 6, 6, but have them respawn fast. So fewer of them will be up at a given time, but once you take one, it respawns fast. Let's see. I agree on you mobs being appreciated. We've got the one coming out this release that is fairly unique compared to some of our other stuff. The Nightmare. But the way we usually do those is that usually means they are seasonal or something like that, where you know we can't keep them around, or we're not supposed to keep them around forever. Oops. We'll see. I mean, I think it's actually, it has a few new fight mechanics for it. And has a few interesting things going for it, so. Do. Let's see, I needed more nooks. And this is just the start of the process to get these guys down. No, thank you very much, 100 player. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because now I gotta go and rotate and nudge these guys around to get in the right spot. Because they will be guaranteed to all be in the wrong angle. Whoops. Guaranteed to all be the wrong angle. And thank you very much, Snugsy1. Thank you guys. Oh, and it's time for my for the prizing. Let me go do that. You guys ready? And you are most welcome, 100 player. You guys all raffled up. Whoa. Giving you a few seconds here, and then I'll do the prizing. And I'll see how I'm feeling. I may stop at 10. That'll be 8.5 hour workday. And not actually stop, just stop streaming live. We'll see. Maybe I'll go until noon. Thank you very much, Merrick Dragon. Thank you. All right. Anyone remember what I was giving away? Mask, that's right. GIMP mask. Thank you, Daniel. All right, GIMP mask coming up. Yes, that's right. I'm giving away a Castle D. That's what I was planning on giving away. Close giveaway. Pick winner. Contessa Chaos. Ooh, let's see. Hey, thank you, Fakan. Is it just Contessa? Well, that looks valid. Prisoner mask coming up. Enjoy the GIMP mask. Let's see, what do we have for some wearables? I think we're going to do something girly here. We will do the... How about the white butterfly mask and the fairy wings for the 10 a.m. prize. Let me reset. I'll give both of those away to one person, whoever wins. All right, back to placing some of these guys. Whoops. I want to tuck them away in the corner so they're not as obvious that you have to go and like peek in to see what's actually going on. This is the wax on, wax off portion of my stream. Almost there. All right. So what that's going to do is that has that should have been 6. Hold on, I gotta do these last 3 and then I'll be ready. I guess having 2 there's okay. All right, so there's going to be 2. Let me go see what these numbers equate to in terms of spawn time so I know what I'm getting into. Resource spawn rate. Okay, got that. That looks like that goes to the server tweak values. Let me go check that. So retime fast is 407 minutes, very fast 5 minutes, extremely fast 4 minutes. So let's see, if we do 5 minutes, that means there's 8 out at a given time. If you can keep up with them, that means 96 harvest an hour. That's not crazy, but they are tier 6. So we'll try, just because I'm putting so few at a time out there, I'm going to go, and they're all spread around, I'm going to go with extremely fast, and we'll see how that feels. Alright, next step is to do the save. Boom, 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 Vegas BLT, yes, they do look more natural, and yes, they do make for better mining. The purpose of this map, though, is not... This part is not for the miners. The other section is for the miners. There's quite a few more clusters in there where there can be several in a single room. You know, several tier 6 nodes in sight. This one was for people who want to both get max attunements and do some mining and don't mind moving around, and also want the think it's cool to have like chests that they can find along the way, because that's going to be the next thing I'm going to spawn in here, is make sure there are always at least 2 chests going. And those will be kind of in the style of the Rise, although I'll probably make them new. Make a new type of loot bundle for them. Okay, so got that fixed. Got some IDs generated for those things. You'll see my cursor flash a bunch. There we go. Let me save project because I haven't done that in a while. Alright, all set there. Let's go see if we can find some ore nodes. See how this feels. An underground forest. Yeah, again, when I am making stuff, I think that's somewhere along the line. Someone asked me on one of these streams, like, if I had to use words to describe myself, what would be kind of that stupid interview question? And that's pragmatic is the number one thing. I would say, and that is because usually when I'm looking at things, I'm looking at it like, how long is it going to take me to make it? What's quick? So that's some of these, like, you know, there's some crazy cool scenes we could make, but they don't provide significant content for a lot of work. That's kind of the problem with having a big storyline. Hey, there's an ore node. Oh, I'm not going to be able to do that. This, on the other hand, again, as you guys saw, that's part of why I like the idea of doing this. Yeah, meticulous collection. Is because I knew I could get this done basically in a day from... That's actually why I just scrapped the old plan that I had for level 4 of the dungeon. Yeah, this is Benny Hill speed. Not finding as many as I thought I would here. I know they're out there. And again, it's one of those things I hate, tweaking my numbers past my what I picked as my starter, because you guys always get way better at this stuff, or do way better at this stuff than we do. Yeah, I may want to bump that up to 3 or something, because... there's another one. Whoa. Tier 15 guy on the other side of the wall, you can see his light. Yes, I may bump that up to, since they're respawning fast, I think I can probably still bump them up to 3 per type. Currently, you can, there's 4 million experience points that spawns in here. The challenge is going to be, you know, you got to get them all, but then I'm going to also, the center section is going to be a heavier concentration of guys. So, you know, you'll just know that you need to always, there's a couple places. Well, one is the outside group here, the little caravan. These guys right here is probably 100,000 experience points right there, because those guys are all 15 and 20,000 experience point guys. So, hey, Loki Artium. So yeah, so I'm trying to keep an eye on this to make sure a group of 8, by the time I'm done with it, that a group of 8 could get to max experience. And again, sorry for this all being herky-jerky, but I'm playing it on fast speed just so I can do my testing quicker. The stream isn't for you guys. I'm just doing my work and letting you watch while I do my work. Trying not to slow myself down too much. Yeah, just my initial feel is that I need to get more ore nodes in here. So I guess part of it is also I need to get the ore nodes in there, and then the other thing is that I'm going to have chests in here, so that's going to be the other thing that will be a surprise reward when you get them. Oh, tungsten. Again, these nodes are tier 6 nodes, which is... Oh. Loki. So this is a map that was started this morning. It'll be finished to a playable state later. If you're looking for, again, if you're looking for a game that is all about the best, most polished graphics, I'm going to say probably pick a new channel. We do have some areas in the game that are super fine and polished, but the actual fun in maps like this is actually something that the players want a lot of. And yes, this is going to get a polished pass here in terms of the visuals. The ground is actually set the way it is because when I'm editing the map, I turned it this way for contrast. I've already announced that a few times. So I turned the ground brown just so I would have some serious contrast while I'm sitting here working on things. The walls are prefabs and they're probably going to get updated to make them more intricate, add a few more details to them. And again, other parts are more polished, more done, but this is, again, that's what it looks like without lights. Focused mostly on gameplay. One texture plus one texture. Yep. Like I said. Here, let me help you. Let's see. Here we go. Again, I'm all open for criticism on things. What I'm not open for is if you just show up and give 100% non-constructive criticism. That's only the second person I've ever given a timeout to, by the way. I want feedback, but there's nothing useful in his feedback, so. And as I mentioned earlier, these are prefabbed. Placing them this way, I'm probably going to do a little bit more work to them to make them better. But again, I don't want to get too crazy because it's a pretty big area. And you guys, I want to keep performance good. Let me get back to doing the floor. So again, the initial floor. I also love how someone can come in and criticize a map that was started earlier that day. Nope. Going back to my dirt floors. Again, because I switched it out for contrast. So next up is treasure chest. Having some random treasure chests spawn in there. Let's see. A fix for the greenhouses did not go out yet. Yeah, I know that there's some weirdness that's causing some problems, but the fix for the greenhouse did not go out yet. Again, hopefully somebody can get me some repro steps or some more information on it. I looked at it on a stream here recently and didn't see things. Didn't see an actual problem with it. I mean, I know there is a problem with it. This isn't like the experience thing where I'm saying there's not a problem. It's working as expected. It's not working as expected. I just didn't see the problem, so I know I've got to be missing whatever special sauce is going on. All right, so I added just now the entire dungeon. Ah, there it is, the rise. Just trying to find, again, sometimes I forget what pieces do what. Okay, so that's what it's called. Doop. Okay, remove that. Okay, so now I got what I needed for that. So now I can go add in some chests. I won't put the tier 15. I can leave him in. Just gotta make sure and have a bunch more loot chests. Let's see. Hold on, I'm just reading up through some questions. Nah, just Bonger trying to figure out what to complain about. And Bonger, I appreciate your feedback is not always constructive, but it's usually on target on stuff that I agree with. It's at least stuff that I make sure and pay attention to. There's a thread with examples of greenhouse. All right, well, we'll get to it today. As I mentioned, is lockdown. That's when we stop adding new stuff after today. Tomorrow's when we start cranking on bugs. We've been doing a lot of bug fixes this release, but honestly, a lot of it's been big system, global, big stuff. Not individual little bugs like that. Again, hoping to get stability improved a little bit too. Let's see. Now the way this works is it has Minimum number of active. Now that does not mean, so that's going to be different each time. That's not really what I want. Because, yeah, what that's going to do is that is disabling objects. But it only will reset at zone in. It doesn't reset on when somebody loots something. Because really what I want is I want there to be like 1 chest down or 2 chests down. And when you loot one, after some amount of time, it appears at a different spot. I may have to go do a little work on this. But again, this is good for placeholder for now. And let's see, so that is 17 is what I need. And thank you very much, Nubby. Nubby, you were not first. That's what you get for sleeping in. Well, I didn't get to stream yesterday. Just too much stuff came up with trying to get QA on a new version of Unity and do some tests before we moved over. So I started this morning. I said I'd stream this morning. What I didn't tell you is I was going to stream from 1:30 or 1:50 a.m. until 10 o'clock or whatever. Okay, that looks good. Oh god, how am I going to find which one of these guys are are active? Let's see. So if I just leave those loot chests alone, those are just going to have the same stuff that's in the Rise. Not horrible, but it needs to be something custom. Let me save. Oh, got to deal with the ID manager. Hold on. Yep, still waiting. Oh, still waiting. All right. Nope. Still waiting. Okay, now I can click a button. There we go. All right, now I can actually save. And now I'll save project as well. Oh, except I didn't actually do the thing I need to do, which is go and place these random things. Yeah, see, this is not what I want. What I want is to have a list of stuff that can be placed at any of 17 objects, or any of 17 places. Because if I do this, I'll be placing them, but they will be like the mimic will always be in the mimic spot. In which case I might as well just have 16. Come on. Okay. And then I still didn't do the thing I need to do, which is actually go and place these suckers. Alright, let's see. Now I gotta get these guys all facing the right way. Well, this is gonna be a hot spot. Uh-oh, two chests in the same spot. Oh, already a chest there. Hey, thank you very much, Don Bilbo and John Marcus. Thank you very much, John Marcus. Yeah, I've already been on stream going on 8 hours now, and I haven't done a song yet. For those who were on earlier, you got to see Maxine singing. I know I can't compare with her. But I will sing the song that she chose to sing, because it was in my head for a long time. I stay out too late, got nothing in my brain. That's what people say. That's what people say. Oh, look at Mojito. I go on too many dates, but I can't make them stay. Mm-mm. At least that's what people say. Mm-mm. That's what people say. Mm-mm. But I keep cruising, can't stop, won't stop moving. It's like I got this music in my mind saying it's gonna be alright. 'Cause the player's gonna play, 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 play. And the hater's gonna hate, 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 hate. Baby, I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Yeah. I'll dedicate to that guy that I muted for a while earlier, who was saying nothing but critical stuff. Yeah. Who's really wondering why he tuned into his channel now if he's still watching. Let's see, is it almost... no, we got 20 minutes left. Okay, so 20 minutes left, and I'll do a final giveaway. Maybe I'll throw in some extra stuff. And since I haven't shown the video in like 7 hours, I'll show that video that I had earlier today. Not one... This is my yard. Let's see, hold on, let me find that. This is Maxine's new pet, our new pets. We've got a ton of stuff in our yard that like lives in our yard. So this is one of them that I captured on camera. We've got, actually, this is two of them. The one closest to us is named Roxy. Maxine named it a while back, but Roxy has a girlfriend now. So we're expecting some baby foxes. That's my backyard. It's kind of messy. It's all right. But that's a gray fox. They climb trees. Oh yeah, Sing is awesome. Maxine loves Sing. Then here's the less common one. This is one that I'd seen in the road, but I hadn't actually seen in our yard in person. We knew they were there because they got into our attic at one point. So this is not a raccoon. We've got a bunch of raccoons in there as well. This is something that's common in this area in Texas called a ring-tailed cat. That looks kind of like a cross between a cat and a raccoon. Yeah, that's outside my back door. So I was telling people earlier, if you heard me complain about my commute, that's because we live in Austin, city limits. The very, 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 very southwest edge of Austin city limits. We actually, the back of our property backs up to the city limits. Yeah, that's the camera in the backyard. I'll see what other stuff I can catch. We've got raccoons. Actually, just this morning we had more raccoons show up on the camera. But you actually saw when he went up there, he looked, because that video, those videos were the same night, so I think he got up the tree, and looked up there and kind of was like, I don't know, maybe not. I think that's him talking to the foxes, trying to decide if he wants to go or not. Because the foxes were on there too. Raccoons just kind of come waddling up this tree and down this tree all the time. Anyways, that's my show and tell for today. Oh, and where's the... Hold on. I do have one I can show and tell a little bit more too. If I can find it. Well, maybe I can't find it. Hold on. I think I'm getting close. I'm getting close. Getting real close. Hold on. I'll find it in just a second. Oops. Okay, now I got it. So here's the other one. This is Roxy. We named Roxy because he would get on the back patio, upstairs patio, because he can climb. And he was friendly. I mean, I didn't try to pet him or anything like that, but I would open the door and he'd look at me. But he actually, like, at some point just started, like, being all happy and friendly that I was out there and didn't run. And so I took my good camera out, took some pictures, like close-up pictures of him. So this is me about 4 feet from him taking pictures of him. So that's Roxy. That's the fox you saw going up the tree. Maxine claims it's her pet. Mojito disagrees. All right, let me do the chest. Let's see, I got the chest placed. Oh, I'm still working through the chest, that's right. Just trying to get them arranged correctly. Go that way. All right, almost done here. I think I got about 2 more. All right, I think I'm done. Okay, let me resave. How you hanging, Mojito? It's been a pretty long day, I know. Do. All right. Now we're waiting for it to start. Click the button. Oh, this is going to be tough. Let's see. Let me see about where it is. Okay, so it looks like the one by the castle is there. What? Why are you open already? What? Oh, these are probably, yeah, their initial spawn time chest. Ah. Alright. Again, this is what development's all about, is iteration. Alright, now let's see where they are. There you can see the walking paths. Those are the guys that are randomly moving around, that are patrolling. Let's see, so that's where that is. Where am I right now? I guess I'm in the middle. So if I come down to the entrance, go there, go loop around, got it. Check. Check, check. All right. See how my loot is. Yeah. Let's see. Repair, Dark Star, fried oysters, and caltrops. Yeah, caltrops. Yeah. Junk. Hater. All right, so maybe the loot chest, loot bundle needs some love. Okay, but that's again also the controller for that thing needs some love too. It should be, the idea is that it spawns it once, and then once you open it, it despawns it and spawns it somewhere else. Alright, so I got a few more things to do here. I guess next up I probably should go back and change the level on those creatures. I forgot to set the level on the creatures, so. T15 Satyr. Alright, let me not do it that way. You do that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy. Whew. All right, let's see. So I can apply all those. Let's see. It's time for my 10 a.m. giveaway. I think I'm going to do that. Traffic should be dying down out there. The wife has ordered me on a couple of errands. So I'm probably going to do get this, check it in, make sure there's no build errors, and kick off migrating to, yes, make sure, and do raffle everybody. Migrate to the new Unity version now that I've done my test to verify it is forward and backward compatible, so you can move forward to it and we can roll back if we need to. Because doing that rolling forward, that takes several hours to import. All right, let's see. So that's done. Let me save project. I'm going to do a bunch of check-ins here. I will do that while you guys continue to raffle it up. Okay, looks like that's done. Yep. Seder. Nav mesh. Submit. Okay. So that has actually been submitted now. So next up, I'm gonna have to, we'll do this off stream, but I need to hook up a way to get in here, which is going to be a teleporter that will take you to the top of the tower. From just beyond the skeletal archer boss. And then down here, there'll be an entrance from Savernok Stronghold. And then I think I'm gonna go along with what that Anthrax guy was saying and hook up something very similar to this over here that is a PvP zone, PvP portion of the scene that will have similar or better rewards than this for the PvPers. Again, let's see, I've got that. Let me do the final giveaway, and then I'm gonna get off and go run some errands after I get the new QA on the new Unity build started. So hopefully you are all raffled up. Here we go, closing. Oh, somebody did a thing. Oh, thank you, Catherine Rose. Thank you as always. That reminds me I need to take my box with me when I go to do my honeydews to ship that one. And then here we go. You ready? Picking a winner. Raiden Woodlander. You, sir, have won. Let's see. Send mail. Let's see. Raiden Woodlander. Fail. Oh, I left off an eye. Radian Woodlander. Got it. And you are getting your longtime dream of a butterfly mask and a fairy wings. And everybody stay in the raffle. I'm gonna open it up, and I'm gonna draw one more name, and I'll give something special. You got any deeds on me? Tell you what, I'll do a village lot deed. Give that away here. The last one. Picking a winner. You guys, I didn't clear it, so you guys are all raffled up, or you're already in there. So here's the village lot deed winner. I'll tell you what, we're gonna make this awesome. We'll do a tax-free village lot deed. I will mark it no trade though. Make sure you sneaky guys don't try and like resell it or something. But here we go. Picking a winner. Braunfelt. You, sir. Hopefully you're named Braunfelt in game. Oh, failed. Braunfelt, are you there? Cyan. All right. Enjoy. Let's see. And sent. Okay, guys. Thank you for joining me on this. I already got my 8 hours in for the day. The rest is gravy. It's morning stream. If you guys want to, this again, I'll make sure and archive this thing off. And people can go back and see how some of this stuff was created. I will take a pass on the beauty pass on that stuff and get that in, although that may not make this first QA release. But right now, I'm going to go get the QA build, hopefully get it published, the current one published, and the next one kicked off. Guys, thank you so much for joining me this morning on the stream. Nubby, thank you for keeping me covered in water in the game with the buckets. And let's go find somebody to raid. We got Legion of Myth. I owe him a ton. Bonger. Chris Barr looks like he's not actually live. Legion of Myth gave me a big raid here. Bonger has been with me this morning, though. I'm just going to do a roll. Roll 2. Bonger, you're 2. It is Bonger. Bonger, you lucky dog, you are getting a raid. Bonger. Yes, Legion of Myth would have been the better one because I owe him a bunch, but trying to play favorites too much, and I just gave him a bunch of crowns. So if you want more crowns for giveaways, you can go to the Legion of Myth. And Bonger, I should give you some more crowns so you can give them away on yours since you're always streaming. But guys, again, thank you so much for joining me on this crazy 1:50 a.m. to 10 a.m. stream where I made a map, made some new creatures, tuned up a couple of the pets, the Wisp and also the Phoenix, to actually make them a little closer to what they should be. I will be doing some more work later on today, but I probably will not stream it. Because I got to do some code now to fix up a couple of things we just saw in that. So guys, thank you so much. Let's go raid Bonger. Thank you for all the support. Oh, and also if you missed it, the specials I was doing is that. I'm going to go give away the bonus crowns here in just a minute. But again, thank you so much. Let's go raid Bonger.